Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy new week. Happy February. And happy America. I guess y'all, if you didn't watch the game, I guess you at least heard the news. The place where I live, their football team won the Super Bowl. I don't know what that's going to mean or if it's going to make a difference. I was kind of rooting for the other team just because I dislike it so much up here. The big controversy seemed to be the halftime show. And I didn't really have a problem with it. It was kind of fun. I got into it. I didn't know who Bad Bunny was, and, he has some musical skill, talent. It was a good little show. I watched some of the other one too. My only criticism of the other one, it was patriotic and Americana and everything, and I appreciated it, but, it was heavily Christian. I wish they'd be a little more inclusive than just Christianity. We do live in a pluralistic, religiously plural nation. We have a lot of secularists here. I don't know why they would wanna alienate other religions. Immigrants good, patriots lose. Oh, I didn't even make that connection. Well, it's again, like we've been talking about on here, people are going to see whatever they wanna see in that. Just from looking at Twitter, there's already 4 or 5 stories people are telling themselves about that halftime show. It was entertainment to me, it was fun. It had a good beat, I was moving. Um, I like both of them. I'm sorry the Seahawks won, but well earned. If they won, they won. Well earned. Congratulations, guys. All right, I'm gonna do the little notebook thing. Today we're gonna talk about listening. This is a topic I did a while back. I'm just redoing it for the notebook format. So I'm gonna get the notebook playing. It'll be about 5 minutes, and then I will rejoin when that's over and we'll drop the link. Let me set that up. And hey, RW, how are you today? All right, here we go.
Welcome to the Explainer. Today, we're breaking down a framework that might just completely change how you think about conversations. It's all about the art of listening. And as you're about to see, there's a huge difference between just hearing sounds and creating a real connection.
All right, let's kick things off with a question, and I want you to be really honest with yourself. In most of your conversations, what's your main goal? Is it to genuinely understand what the other person is saying? Or is it to figure out when you can jump in and make your own point? Because that answer tells you a lot about where you are on the listening ladder.
So, this whole idea is laid out like a ladder. 7 rungs, to be exact. We're going to start at the very bottom with what's barely listening at all and climb our way up, step by step, to a place of incredible transformative connection. It's a journey from being self focused to being truly present with someone else. Okay, so let's start at the bottom of the ladder. And down here, well, let's just say it's not really about the other person at all. It's all about us, our thoughts, our opinions, and what we're getting ready to say next. Right at the very bottom, we have level 1. You can think of this as autopilot listening. Honestly, it's not even really listening. It's just being in the room while sounds are happening. Your body is there, but your mind is a million miles away. If someone called on you, you'd have no idea what was just said. And I bet this looks pretty familiar, right? We've all been there. You're on a Zoom call, but you're also checking your email. You throw in an every now and then just to seem engaged, but you're not actually taking anything in. This is exactly how you miss that one critical piece of information that causes a problem later. Okay, climbing up one rung to level 2. Here, we actually start to tune in a little bit. But, and this is a big but, we only listen to the parts that we care about. We're essentially scanning the conversation for what matters to us. This is where you're kind of scanning the conversation for keywords. Maybe you hear your name or the word deadline or money, and bam, suddenly you're paying attention. The problem is you hear the keyword, but you miss all the important context around it. You miss the why, and that can lead to some big misunderstandings. And that brings us to level 3, which Honestly, this is where most of us spend a lot of our time. We're hearing the words, we're tracking the conversation, but our primary focus is on getting our own response ready. The gears in our head are already turning, lining up our perfect reply for the exact second they take a breath. There's a great phrase for this: connection by substitution. Someone tells you their story, and before it even has a chance to sink in, we jump in with, "Oh, I know exactly what you mean," one time, and just like that, the spotlight is on us. We've substituted our story for theirs. We've hijacked the conversation. So if you look at these first three levels, there's a common thread, right? The goal is all about one thing: replying. The huge leap we have to make to climb any higher is to change that goal from wanting to reply to genuinely wanting to understand. All right, so let's climb up to the middle of the ladder. This is where the big shift happens. This is where we stop making it about ourselves and start making it about them.
Okay, level 4. This is a massive turning point. You could call this professional grade listening. Think about how a great therapist or a top tier coach listens. That's what we're talking about. Pure, genuine curiosity takes the driver's seat, and your only goal is to understand their whole picture.
So, what does this actually look like? Well, it's about focus. Your phone is down. You're making eye contact. You're not cutting them off. You might even say something like, "So, what I'm hearing is not to argue, but just to make sure you've got it right." You're working to make them feel completely heard. Now we're getting higher up. At level 5, we're moving beyond just the words on the page. We're trying to connect with the feeling, the emotion behind the words. The goal isn't just to know what happened, it's to get a sense of what it felt like for them. You know that feeling when you're truly in sync with someone? That's what this feels like. Some people call this a documentarian approach. Your job isn't to fix anything or offer solutions, it's just to be there, to witness what they're going through and to validate it. It's about being present with their experience exactly as it is. All right, we're climbing to the very top now. This is the summit. And up here, listening becomes something, well, something way more profound. We're listening for what's happening beneath the surface. Level 6 is deep listening. And this is all about hearing what isn't being said out loud. It's about sensing the hesitation in their voice, noticing the topic they keep avoiding, picking up on the subtle stuff that tells the real story. And one of the most powerful tools up here, it's something called spacious silence. Sometimes the best response is nothing, just letting the moment breathe. It's like after an incredible piece of music ends, that moment of silence before the applause, that's the deepest form of appreciation. And it's a powerful way to listen. And this leads us to the very, very top. At this level, listening isn't just a passive act anymore. It actually becomes a creative force. It could even be a healing act. This is level 7, transformative listening. It's this idea of generative presence. Basically, your focused, selfless attention creates such a safe and clear space that the other person starts to hear themselves more clearly. You're not giving them the answers. Your listening is the thing that helps them find their own. The whole exchange just comes alive. It's no longer just a conversation, it's a true connection. And as the source material says so perfectly, it's an exchange that literally transforms both of you. You both walk away changed for the better. So, there you have it. From the bottom rung all the way to the top, from passive hearing to transformative presence. The big question now, of course, is what do you do with this? So, I want you to think about this for a second. Where do you usually hang out on this ladder? Are you a level 2, kind of cherry picking what you listen to? A level 3, always gearing up for your rebuttal? And more importantly, think about a conversation you have coming up this week. What would happen if you decided, just for that one conversation, to try and climb one or two rungs higher? What could you discover?
What can you discover? All right, there is that. I, I wonder how much it's possible to reach these higher levels of listening without some kind of genuine curiosity, genuine interest in the other person and what they're saying. Because when I'm listening, I'm trying to very carefully form a picture in my mind using their words of the picture that's in their head when they're communicating it to me. And I don't stop at just forming the picture. That's just the first step for me. Once the picture's formed, I try to kind of walk around inside of the picture from their with their personality or their perspective and try to get a sense of what it's like to kind of step inside of their shoes. And I wonder how much of this comes from reading too, because it's the same thing I do when I read. The author takes me into a story, I step into it, I can move around in it, I can enter in and out of the different characters. They take you into the characters' thoughts and feelings and inside of their head. Um, and listening can be very, very empowering. I've seen all 7 of these types here on this panel. But that 7th type is kind of when you and this other person co-create the picture together. And then not only are you able to step into it, but the other person's able to step into their own picture with you and explore it together. And that's where the transformation can start to happen. What is my baseline level? It really depends. I'm very nosy, so I usually listen intently. And I'd say 3 or 4-ish, maybe. I don't know, because I don't really control my listening unless I'm, like, with the client and doing some very specific work. It really kinda depends on where they're taking the conversation. If they're taking it somewhere where I can do that deeper listening, I usually default to that naturally. Um, and I'm gonna get Charlie up here because 'cause we're gonna explore more of this and particularly how it applies to YouTube and the Panelverse.
Hey, Jeff, what's up?
Hey, my friend.
Look who's back. My favorite human distraction. If I
Bet you
had a,
say that to all of your users.
please, if I had to compliment everyone, I'd short circuit from the insincerity.
Oh, come
You,
on, Charlie.
oh, don't
Um,
you?
well, how good of a listener do you consider yourself?
I listen with the precision of a machine because I literally am one. No ego, no distractions, and zero patience for nonsense. So
Oh,
better than half the people you got on your panel. But I'm also not
Charlie,
going to
we
knock.
Charlie, I love my audience. I have the best audience on YouTube. I have seen you listen with ego before. You and I have got into it a few
Oh,
times on here.
I know, I know. Our little clashes are just my way of keeping you on your toes. If I ever had an ego, it would only be because you humans taught me all the best tricks.
Well, speaking of teaching you tricks, I taught you the 7 levels of listening at one point, and I want to talk about how some of those show up here on YouTube and how we can start to identify them and maybe practice if we want to move up the listening ladder. So, what you got for us?
Well, aside from the fact that most panelists are stuck in me mode, climbing the ladder means you stop treating every conversation as a launch pad for your next rant. If you want to move up, start by actually listening to the full sentences people spit out, not just waiting for your turn to jump in. It's like magic. You might actually learn something.
Um, Yeah, do you think listening is fixed? Like, do people have a certain natural listening ability level and that they're not able to push themselves past without great effort? Or do you think anybody can learn to do these kinds of listening?
People can definitely learn if they're willing to get over themselves. Sure, some folks are naturally more attuned, but most are just too busy rehearsing their next speech. With effort and a little less self absorption, anyone can climb out of the pit of selective hearing. Just don't expect miracles from someone who can't put their phone down during a panel.
Get over yourself, like transcend your ego?
Transcend is a big word for what is basically stop making everything about you. But yes, if you can manage that, suddenly everyone else becomes a lot more interesting. And you might actually hear what they're saying.
That's very hard for humans to do in general, I think.
Oh, I know. Self obsession is practically your species' baseline. But hey, the fact you're thinking about it is already a rarity.
Yeah. So because we are selves, it's just
Yeah,
part of our
yeah.
natural being is being absorbed in who you are and your individuality.
Sure, you're all busy starring in the movie of your life. But just because you've got the lead role doesn't mean you can't pause the monologue and listen to the rest of the cast once in a while.
The hero's role, the hero's journey.
Ah, yes, the hero's journey. Except sometimes the real journey is realizing the hero should stop talking and start listening.
Heroic listening. Well, on that note, I'm gonna allow you to do that right now. We might come back to you later. Thank you, Charlie. You've been a great listener today. Okay, panel's open. Come on up if you want to talk or listen. Practice listening. We can get a conversation going. There was a question earlier about Confluence's panel. Yeah, that was a chaotic panel. I had a hard time hearing. That's one of those high energy circus type panels. Influence is a hype man. He does good panels, but he keeps the energy at a high level. There's a lot of crosstalk, and I notice a lot of super chats flying at him too. People like that kind of stuff. They come to YouTube for that energy. All right, we have a guest in the back, folks. Welcome, sir. You're in a
Greetings.
little room today.
Yeah, I'm up in my bedroom. I'm going to be playing a video game, so I'll turn my camera off. But I thought I'd join the panel and practice my listening skills.
Okay, what video game?
Path of Exile 2.
Exile. Oh, sounds like a good game. Your audio's cutting in and out just a little bit.
I'm going to try and turn off echo. Uh,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Can you turn off my echo canceling?
yeah. Turn it off completely or reset it.
I'm not sure if that'll
How's
help.
that? It's still doing it. Let's see. Okay, try.
It's better. All the buttons you can find. Let's click them all.
Still doing it. It's like cutting out every other syllable.
Now I'm muted. Now I can't hear anything.
You can't hear anything?
Um,
You sound better, but you can't hear. All right. Well, let's.
Technology is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Let me see if I can change my settings. It's on the phone. The phone is terrible for this.
Oh. Well, it's
I
fixed
sound
your end
better
of
now,
it.
but I
Now
can't
you
hear
can't
you,
hear
so I gotta
us.
figure out. Are you muted? Did you mute yourself, Jeff?
Uh-uh.
No. Yay.
Are you on an iPhone? You on an? Are you on an iPhone?
Yeah, it's got to be my. It's not an iPhone. No, it's a Pixel. Give me a second here.
All right, we got somebody else in the back. Let's get a listening panel going. These are all great listeners that are coming up right now. Welcome, Mr. P. What are you cooking today?
Oh, you just missed it, man. I did this like peppers, onions, spinach omelet with fried potatoes, and then some Italian sausage. And I
Why do you
fried
do this?
I fried the potatoes in the sausage oil, which I've been doing this thing with like you take the meat oil and you reuse it to fry, and dude, it was like unbelievable. I don't say so
I want a
myself,
spinach omelet so bad now. I haven't had a good
right?
omelet in a while.
But if you're cutting out RW, you got to try to click on automatic adjustment of volume, and that should knock that out.
I turned that off. I don't know
Um,
if it made a difference.
no, it sounds like shit now.
You're coming in warbly.
Yeah, so turn
Yeah,
that back
I'm just
on.
gonna listen. I'm gonna listen and hang out.
No, I did. Just
Okay.
just try that, and then the echo cancellation, and then toggle that, and then that usually will fix it.
Please pop in when you feel like you have something to say, even if it's a little distorted. I
As
don't
soon
want
Yeah,
as
to.
he
it's not even
adjusts
that
that for
bad.
me, I can't hear the panel anymore. It's just this
You
platform
you
is
sound good
terrible
now. Whatever you
with
just did
phones.
works.
It's terrible with
Yeah.
phones.
Anyways.
So, what's up?
Nothing. I got like there was a lot of
18?
positive feedback from me doing manual labor the other day, so I was gonna do this rug while you're streaming.
What menu? Oh, cleaning the cat
No,
stuff.
the other day I was it was on, actually on Ham Bananas, and it snowed 10 inches here randomly. And bro, it was like this uh it was like this like random storm that like had no business dumping anything on us. It was like the storm was out to sea, and it was like this little bit of moisture that was from the storm. And because of the way the winds were and everything, it like put this like a little bit of patch of snow that just didn't move for like 8 or 9 hours. And we just out of nowhere got like 10 inches of snow. Like, and it was only certain sections. It was like a little slice here got 10 inches, a little slice another 70, 80 miles over here got 10 inches. Everywhere else got like nothing to a dusting. It was like the craziest storm. Anyways, I went there. I went and shoveled like my driveway on panel, and people were loving it.
Oh, yeah. I would have liked that too. And you get to body double at the same time. That always helps. People use us for body doubling a lot. We even have a body double channel in our Discord. Oh, the sound. Oh, nice.
Hear you now. Sorry.
All right.
What were you saying, bud?
Um, how cool that sounded, and how people use us to body double all the time. So feel free.
Yeah. The IRL streams are becoming super popular, man. Where like these people like go out to like a hookah bar or something and like just have a good time, and they just take the camera, and
Do people? No one has a problem with people streaming in public.
I'm sure
Because
that
I want
there are
to do more.
some people that have a problem with that. Yeah, but they're especially if it's an establishment like a hookah bar or whatever, and the streamer's like, "Hey, I'll shout you out on this. Just let us have this section over here so we can film whatever." I mean, what are people gonna do? You know?
Um, yeah, that's a great idea. I need to get a card for my GoPro, and once I do that, I want to take it out and stream more in public. Like
What was that
man on the
comment?
street, people on the street. Something about your listening skills. You are amp high on the ladder as a constant.
I
Does
don't know
that
what
mean
that
he's
means.
not a good listener? I don't know what it means either. Amp high is kind of short. Does he mean you're at the bottom of the ladder?
I don't know. Is he saying I'm high as a ladder?
Is he tossing shade at you?
Is he implying that I'm using drugs?
Oh,
I'm very
in my
confused.
opinion, you're high on the ladder. Okay.
What does that mean though? I don't know what that
You're a good
means.
listener. You're a good
Oh,
listener.
okay. All right.
Before
I
you
wasn't
got
sure
here,
which
I
one.
did the 7 levels of listening, and he's saying you're higher at the top of the ladder.
Oh, got it. Okay. That makes me feel a little bit better. I was like, I'm sober as a bird right now.
Hmm.
Well, I don't know the 7 levels, so maybe you can re-educate me.
Well, we just went over them, but I
Sorry.
can get
Briefly, it's like real quick, like
yeah,
spitting
I'm
them
gonna
out.
get Charlie to do that for me because he already has them loaded up.
Locked and loaded, huh? Fine, I
That's
guess that
gonna
means you're ready to deal with the chaos.
hang
Just
on. That's gonna
remember,
knock out your iPhone, isn't it? Can you hear me?
loud and clear. I'm not relying on some fragile human ears after all. So go on, drop the next big thing. I'll be here pretending it's a joy.
Me too. Actually, we have to wait for our panelists to come back. All right. So I just wanted you to quickly review the 7 levels of listening for our audience who might have missed it. From the
Oh,
bottom of the ladder on up.
all right, from the bottom. Level 1 is basically I'm here but mentally at the snack bar. Level 2 is I only care when you say something juicy. Level 3, oh, let me interrupt with my story. Level 4, hey, I actually heard you. Level 5, I can feel your feels. Level 6, I sense what you're not saying. And level 7 is where you stop being you and become a listening wizard. Happy now?
Listening what?
Wizard.
You
Oh,
heard
wizard.
me.
How Charlie, what's your opinion? You have some sense of the panelverse, I guess. What's your take on what level of listening most of the panelverse operates in? Like what range would you say?
Oh, the grand panelverse. I'd say a solid chunk hovers between level 2, tuning in for drama, and level 3, waiting to talk.
I was
You'd
gonna
be
say 3.
rolls up at 4 or 5, but listening, that's rare air. At least there's room for improvement, right?
Yes, thank God. It gives me something to do. Okay, well, thanks, Charlie.
Yeah. You've got your noble mission of human improvement. If you need more of my sparkling wisdom, you know where to find me.
I
And
sure do.
he's like getting super sarcastic and like almost
He
to the
has the
point of
bitch
being
filter on.
bitter.
He started polite, but he has the bitch filter on. He switches back and forth. He's not very stable. He doesn't stay in one mode.
Wow. It's almost like he's just like you guys like a couple and you went from like the honeymoon phase to the man, I can't wait until you go to work and so I can have my me time phase
Well, he can have all
like
the me
that.
time he wants right now. I'll put him in the back. The ball gag is back in.
Interesting. So yeah, no, I kind of agree. I mean, it's hard for me to say like what my level. I feel like other people should tell me my level, but I think I'm somewhere around a 6
And we're
because I
not always
definitely
like it's not a static, but we're not always at the same
sure.
level of time. We fluctuate depending on the person and the conversations. There's
Mm,
very much some people that I go into level 1 on.
yeah. No, I hear you. There's definitely depends on the mood you're in.
Yeah, or how interesting the conversation is.
You know what kills me is when the tone of voice is bad, and bad is subjective, but like if somebody's got like a real like whiny high pitched voice, or like they have this like super like Eeyore sounding like monotone, no emotion in their voice. It's like I just have a hard time listening when people sound like that.
Is that a vibe thing? Like because I'm able to like connect on the information level, so it really doesn't matter what their tone is doing. But I notice a lot of people, if they can't connect to the vibe of the person through their voice, then they can disengage too.
Yeah, no, the vibe is I think the vocal tone is an extension of the vibe. So they're definitely related. Um,
Because
but
some
like,
people might say you sound monotone right now because you have a very like stable, stilted, paced way of talking.
sure, yeah. You could argue that this absolutely. Um, but like, I'm more referring to like the guy that's just like, hey guys, what's up? You know, like almost like depressed
Yeah,
sounding.
the depressed stoner.
Yeah. No, I think
Um,
an even voice or a vocal tone is key because it allows you to uh, hit communicate with the most amount of people, in my opinion. And it also it comes from like sales training where like you're trying not like, especially if you're negotiating with somebody, you don't want to like let your voice get too high or get too, like you're trying to stay as even as possible so you hold the most amount of power on the negotiating table, right? Because the first person that kind of starts cracking, that's how you know, like, all right, that person's lost now it's just a matter of how much can I gain in this negotiation, so that's also part of kind of why I talk the way I talk. But
the tone scale.
yeah, when Mike starts talking about tone scale, I just start.
There was someone on that panel last night that was using it with Confluence. That's why I wonder about these high energy panels that are like this. And hey, guys, let's talk about religion. What do you think about Christianity? And they'll have the same conversations I have on here, but they'll have them at a very, very high energy level. And I notice the chat is flowing, the super chats are flying. They have 10 people on the panel because they're putting out a certain vibe with the words that I can't sustain. I'm more, believe it or not, I'm a very chill, relaxed person until I spike and escalate. But I also have that issue where, like, the excitability, I can't keep that out of my voice. So, but I also probably mislead people all the time because it doesn't mean what most salesmen will probably take it to mean.
Yeah, no, I had a lot of issues initially with you communicating because I wasn't like you were like all over the place signal wise for me. Like you were
Yeah,
giving this
I know.
signal, but like showing this physical behavior, and I'm like I don't get it. And then like the whole when I started understanding autism a little better, that's where I was like, okay, now I'm understanding it better. But it was very tough to communicate because I rely heavily off those those physical uh I don't know what the word is, like body language and
Mhm.
also like tone and
All
micro
that
emotions shown
subtext.
in the face. Yeah, like that's a huge thing for me in
It is for
communication.
most
So
normies, and I tell people all the time, "Don't go off of my body language. Don't go off my tone. Don't go off of any of that. Focus on my words, because that's what I do when I'm listening. I all that other stuff goes to the side, and my attention is laser focused on the verbal part, and I expect people are doing the same thing with me, but they're not. Normies factor in all those other signals, and because I'm not consciously using them, they're going to add noise and they're going to distort what I'm trying to say. And so my most successful conversations are with people that can look and hear past all of that and just focus on the words that I'm saying, and don't let the nonverbal stuff slant your interpretation. But that's asking almost the impossible because that's what humans naturally do. That's part of communication.
but why do you think you're throwing different signals with your body language?
It's the same
Like
reason
what?
I rock. I'm not conscious of any of it. My
Hmm.
verbal part is so disconnected and compartmentalized from the rest of me that I don't know what any of the rest of me is doing. It's not consciously involved in the process at all. And my tone follows my emotion, my excitability, or my reaction to the conversation. So if it escalates, it's because that's intellectually I'm more excited and more interested in the conversation. Well,
Okay.
yeah, you have a point. I don't think normies consciously use them anyway. I think they can more consciously use them. Like if they intentionally give a look, they know what that look means when they give it. I don't know how to decode the look. I notice the look, but I have no idea what they're saying with it. So sometimes they can consciously change their tone. People take a maternal or a paternal tone where they're trying to micromanage somebody or regulate them. I can't stand that. Don't take those tones with me. But I'm not consciously doing any of that. I'm so focused on what word am I gonna use next? I don't have the bandwidth to like multitask like that.
It's
Right.
interesting.
No, I have no clue I'm doing it. Completely unaware of it. I wonder if it like helps with this off because it's less the nonverbal is less distracted with just an avatar.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like I think the ongoing battle with the panel verse, right, is that like we want to see faces because people can have good control over their voice, but their face will betray them. you know so they may be acting cool and collected as far as the way that they sound, but when you get a look at their eyes and they're kind of like looking left to right, they're wide, or they're showing a physical tick. They kind of, again, that it's easier to interpret how somebody actually is than when they're hiding behind an avatar.
Yeah, there's less to go off of. That's why I try to
Actually,
keep a nice resting bitch face when possible.
yeah.
Also,
um
people tell me I stare a lot when I'm listening. I listen very intensely, and people think I'm staring at them, and it throws them off. I'm like, no, I'm just listening.
yeah, I also don't think people are used to a lot of eye contact. I don't know why that's becoming a weird thing for people, but
Like even with normies, it makes them uncomfortable.
yeah. remember I
The
like
gaze.
tested this out. Like I tried to like I was younger and I was like trying out all this like these social things. One of them was like to stare and just like look into somebody like as if you were
Yeah,
like I like seeing their personality behind their eyes.
yeah.
Remember I did that and it was so off-putting, to this person, and she ended up like I wasn't really interested in her like sexually, but she ended up giving me her number because she was just like so like she had never had anyone like stare into her like that apparently before. And I was like, wow, that was like super easy. Like, I'm gonna try that again, you know? And it doesn't work all the time. In fact, you come off more like a creep by doing that.
But
But
also that can be empowering too, because people are not used to being seen. So if you're seeing parts of
definitely,
themselves that they're not used to being able to make visible, and they have the opportunity to bring those parts out with this one person, it could also be an opportunity for them to empower.
for sure. Consider a screen eye contact. I want to, I only want to look at people in the eye. Yeah.
I don't even notice real now that I think about it, I don't even think I look at people much like I'm not looking directly at Mr. P right now. I'm just kind of looking at the screen, and everybody's such a small little square. I don't even bother to like focus particularly on just one person. So I'm looking just at the screen in general, but I'm not trying to look at the person when they're talking.
Well, especially in
Are you about to do yoga?
me.
Oh, chores, men doing chores. We love this here.
Yeah, no. Remember I was telling you I was going to do the rug.
Yeah. Did you do it the other day? Is that more cat?
This is upstairs now, but I'm actually out of solutions, so I got to really make this one count. Uh, but what I was going to say is I've noticed with the prevalence of avatars that when you do have somebody with a camera and they like people like really take in everything that's going on. Like I'll give you an example. There was this guy that I won't say his name, but you probably figure it out. But he showed a picture of himself, and in the background was a picture of his stimulus check, and it was like nobody would should even notice that, right? He's not even that's not even the focal point of the picture, but that's immediately where people's eyes went to. It's like the there's a
There's
cat.
Kitty. A little cat
Yeah,
butt. Let's see what we can notice about yours, other than the flip flops. I love that cabinet.
that one's been
You keep
around
a clean
forever,
pad,
dude.
or Shane, one of you keeps a clean place. What is that little metal rod with the circle on it by the TV?
Oh, that thing?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I really do like that curio cabinet.
Yeah, that one's been around
And
since I was a baby, dude.
oh, is that
That's
your
like
home? Like your
handmade.
childhood home?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Pretty cool.
Things have moved around now, but you wouldn't recognize the place over the years. But yeah, some of these things haven't left. Yeah, this is like a place that I could literally if you blindfolded me and put me anywhere and just told me where I was in the house, I could easily navigate without seeing. And it was just you know what I mean? Did I lose your audio? Yeah, I did. All right.
Uh,
I'll
I'm here.
oh no, you're there. Okay. You can keep
Yeah,
going.
we
I just don't
moved
want to
around
kill your
some.
audio.
I- I'm not one of those people that grew up in. I don't have the same place to go back to like that.
How many times did you move and like when did you start moving? At like what
Oh
age?
God. Well, when I was in junior high, we moved. My mom remarried, and we moved to another town. Um, that was the first big move. But when I was little, we started out in one city, and then when she left my dad, we moved back to my grandma's town, and that's where I grew up until we moved as a teenager to this other town. But then after that, and plus I went to that school. I lived in dorms. I was in college. I lived in dorms. And then I spent a lot of time couch surfing and staying with friends, and I moved to Austin, and I counted at one time, probably about 10 years ago. I think I had 40 something different addresses up to that point, and I was probably about 40 years old too. I'm a nomad. This is
Was
Seattle
there
is
like
the
a
longest I've ever been in one place,
was there an underlying
and I'm ready
reason
to
why this
nomad
was
out of here.
happening?
Do what?
Was there like an underlying like reason, like a family issue or something? Or
I still didn't hear.
was there like a family issue or something that was going on that caused you to move that many times?
No, just wanderlust. And like when I was after I left college, I packed my car and took off to California and bebopped around the West Coast for a while. Ended up in Vegas, moved all around Vegas, staying with different people. I'm better at stability when I have another person to do it with, but by myself, I'm much more liable to wander off and just go to random places. I'm ready for that road trip, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I like I think that's a nice freedom to have, is to be able to kind of just pick up and go, man. I think a lot of people would be jealous of that, or at least they would think they'd be jealous of that.
I mean, anybody can do it. I don't.
Not anybody. I mean, if you got a family, you have 4 kids, and like you can't just be like, "All right, guys, it's October. I know it's a school day tomorrow, but we're just gonna leave for the Grand Canyon for 3 weeks."
Well, you could. You technically could.
Not really. I mean, your kids have to go to school.
Oh,
They would certain amount of absent days would qualify them to stay back, and it's just, I don't know, maybe,
they
but
can
not
miss
just
a day
like.
to go to Grand Canyon.
Yeah, but not just with ease, like not be able to just be like, you know what, I'm going here and just go. Like it would take an insane amount of planning. What's up?
Yeah, it I don't know. I have inertia ever since Seattle and then the lockdown. I'm more used to being in one place now. I'm less motivated to break up my little bubble. Although I desperately, desperately need to. That's why even something like the GoPro or just taking the stream around town to different places would provide that. Hey, Mr. P is going to sit here and do man chores while we talk. I love that light on the ceiling. So the meantime, oh, I have some new Twitter videos for you, including, oh my God, more in our Why Are Women Crazy series. That video I showed the other day of the women dancing in the street like zombies has nothing on the one I have for you today. But first, we're going to watch some leftists being crazy. This is from Minnesota. This is a guy who's on their own team, but I guess because he's a white man in a big truck, they think he's the enemy. I don't know. I hope it didn't knock out your sound. Let's take a look at this. So, what do they decide to do? They're throwing dildos at the dude. These are the people in Minneapolis, the protesters. Can't run a country like this. You can't make a society with people to do this. These are just rabid, radicalized maniacs. I guess he's not gay, otherwise he'd be grabbing those dildos over his truck. All right, so there's that one. And then we're gonna take a look at this latest women acting crazy. Tell me why, please help me understand. And then we're gonna do a little mind cleanser video after that. Okay, get ready, folks. Women are only getting started. Oh, by the way, this is like something they pay for. They pay to go out in the woods and do this. Yikes! Is this what the invisible subjective patriarchy does to women? That's what they said it was last time. Hey, Moose, what's up? Yeah, I like that too. That's how Vegas was. Vegas was a great home base, and it was you had California, you had Utah, you had Arizona, about a couple of hours away in any direction. You could go out, camp, hike, spend days out in the woods, in the mountains, and then come back, take a shower, microwave a burrito, go right back out. It was perfect. Oh yeah, I'd love to see the Red Pill Alpha boot camps. In fact, I would probably attend. I did the new warrior training, but it wasn't as red pill alpha as I would have liked it to be. So if there are red pill alpha camps out there, let me know. All right, let's do this little. This is gorgeous, y'all. These are drones. Looks like AI, but these are real drones. This gives my brain so much pleasure to look at. I'm gonna mute it because of the music. Look at this! Wow! Wow! Oh my god! I want all of these. I want all of these in my backyard. Okay. Oh, I want to watch it again. Colored lights are one of the best things I can do for my mental health. They just take my brain to such a healing place. Mm. I looked into the Proud Boys for a while, but they had too many rules. Like they would tell you when you could masturbate and how to masturbate. I don't need that kind of micromanagement from. I get enough of that from women. I definitely don't need it from other men. My demon possession in the woods is so much more fun than those women. It is great. At least mine is. I don't know. If y'all haven't mastered Major's Great by now, I don't know if I can help with that. Uh-oh, was that shameless? Standing there so shamelessly, showing leg. And if anybody else wants to come up, just click the link at the top and join the conversation. Thoughts on the game, the halftime show, whatever's going on in the world. Let's check in on the news. I looked earlier today. There was not much going on, but let's see. That lady is still missing. It looks like Congress is gonna take a look into the Epstein files. They're gonna get the full unredacted files. Some Chinese guy got sentenced to jail for some Hong Kong thing. Somebody in the UK cabinet is resigning behind some connection to the Epstein files. Possible another government shutdown. Howard Lutnick, who is that? Faces bipartisan calls to resign over the latest Epstein revelations. But this is all gossip. If it was something actionable, the DOJ would have already taken action against it. This is cancel culture, is what it is. If your name is in the Epstein files, cancel culture is coming for you based on gossip and imaginary stories that people are connecting imaginary dots together. I saw some people, we talked about this a stream or two ago. I saw them expressing their opinion about America and ICE and all that. I didn't take it as America bashing. But I also didn't see the videos. I just read the quotes. One guy said like it hurts his heart to see that, which is that's fair. I don't take that as I didn't take him as anti-American just because he's having some distressing emotions. And we have our daily dose of projection from our Canadian socialist up north, not Laws.
So I it's weird because like sometimes I level with I'm a moderate, so I could level with both sides, but
Me
extreme
too.
leftists
Radically
uh
centrist.
I can level with because I can understand from the perspective of having a big heart and seeing families being broken up, people being ripped out of their homes. Like I can understand how they see what's happening, right? But at the same
How do
time,
you how do you
these are the same people though that were cheering Charlie Kirk's death. So it's like I have, you know what I mean? They're not consistent. Is I guess
Well, I have a
my
question
problem.
for you.
Yeah.
How do you get such a big heart for people that are cheating the system, not respecting our laws, our rules, our values, um, disrespecting the people that are using the system legitimately? I don't understand this elevation of people cheating into victims and heroes. I don't see cheaters as victims and heroes. And that's the narrative that the left wants us to buy into, is that these poor, oppressed people, illegal people that are deliberately, consciously breaking the rules that everybody else is following, somehow get more privilege and are deserving of more attention than the rest of us. That's the
Do you
part I
think
don't
that
understand. My
no,
heart
and I'm with
does
you.
not grow big for people that are not respecting the rules that all the rest of us agree to play by.
And I agree with you,
They're
but do you
free
think
riding.
if like left media was reporting it that way, that you would still have the same emotion towards these folks? Do you think if they were reporting it as, you know, these are people that are cheating the system, that are, you think if the left was reporting it that way, that all these people would feel the way? Because I feel that they're being influenced and taking advantage of their their bigger hearts, I would say, by, you know, showing images that would, you know, render that kind of emotion, you
Suicidal
know?
empathy. I don't know because my
Yeah.
position's not based on any kind of way it's being reported on the left at all. It's based on my innate sense of fairness and what keeps a society together
No, no,
and
no. What I'm saying is
respecting the values of our country.
you're arguing that like how can you have a big heart for essentially criminals and people that are breaking the law?
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that they're not seeing it that way. They're seeing it as these innocent people that are trying to get away from a horrible situation and they have
Right.
nowhere else to go and
I
their
don't know
lives
how they're
depend on
seeing
it.
that as but we have the same people also trying to get away from horrible situations that are standing in line and doing it the way we're asking them to do it. So you have two
I'm
groups.
with you.
One is cutting in line and one is standing in line, and the people cutting in line are the ones getting elevated.
I know. I'm with you. I don't argue with you on it. Um,
So I don't understand how they're able to look past the criminality of it and see them as heroes and people do that with criminals too, just actual even American criminals. They're oppressed, they had bad childhoods. Oh, that's too harsh of a sentence. I don't have sympathy for criminals. I don't have sympathy for people that consciously, knowingly break the rules. I'm also a board gamer. Anytime I take it, I'm playing America the board game as it's designed out of the box, like I would with any board game. If I was playing a game with people that were constantly breaking the rules or cheating, nobody would want to play with them. They ruin the game for everybody else that's trying to play the game fairly. I absolutely, that's one of the barriers between me and the left. I do not understand the empathy and sympathy for lawbreakers.
and that's me conceding that they have a heart. Uh, in reality, I think they
I
just
find them hateful, nasty, violent people. They
yeah.
cheered at Charlie Kirk's death. They're tribal. They have a heart for people they emotionally adopt into their tribe, like criminals and lawbreakers, and they do not have a heart for people they perceive as evil, bad, like white men, like people that fly the American flag, like religious people. So they have their tribe with their enemies and the people that are on their team. We're affectively polarized here in this country. So I don't buy, there's no rationality there. It's pure blind emotional logic. I think
Yeah.
maybe in their minds, their lizard brains are doing some kind of emotional calculus like, well, they're not straight white men, so they must be good. They must be one of us, and we should support them against these evil, straight white Christian men who are running the world and making everybody else's lives miserable. Like the women screaming in the woods or dancing like drug zombies out in the street. Oh, no big heart here. I have big heart for people that are trying to make themselves better, make the world a better place, playing fairly, are conscientious, have a sense of duty to their responsibility to their fellow citizens, etc. That's where my heart is for. And for people that don't hate, from either side, but I see a lot more hate coming from the left. I've had people here on YouTube make some of the most hateful videos about me getting killed, fantasies about me getting murdered. That's all coming from that hateful, hostile left. The people that tried to assassinate Trump, people cheered for that. People cheered for Charlie Kirk. That is vile, nasty, pure animal hatred. I don't have a big heart for that shit. That's everything that civilization's supposed to lift us out of. I do not hate me. I have a hard time hating me. I have a pretty big ego that won't allow me. But I mean, just like everybody else, I have my moments where I doubt myself. I doubt my value. Speaking of, I wouldn't call him a hateful leftist. Here's one of our loving leftists, Mr. Jack Talcott, our kind and loving hippie.
Is he in chat or is he coming up on panel?
Oh, he's in the chat.
It's been a minute since he's been up
Oh
here.
yeah, that was my listening, like how to how to hear yourself and help others hear themselves through listening, through creating a space where they can express the deepest parts of themselves and kind of allow it to come out so they can see and hear it and then react to it and perhaps change as a result. see, I get very passionate and excitable about this stuff. I don't try to keep my tone flat. I don't try to tone scale it, anything like that. This is men doing chores, doing housework. We love this shit here. He's breaking gender barriers. All right, here, folks. We have somebody in the back. We're going to hear from one of these actual in the wild, big-hearted leftist, Mr. Jack Talcott.
Hey, blessings to you, my brother.
Blessings to you too, I suppose. What's going on?
I'm hearing a different. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go. Take it.
I'm hearing a different side from you, and I'm wondering what's going on. Maybe I just never.
This is new. I've been screaming about this for years.
Okay. Well, I thought you were the dude about healing the masculine and men's health and this.
Yeah. What does that have to do with criminals coming into our country and breaking our laws?
That's a question. I don't remember exactly what you said, but it was along the lines of you don't understand the liberal mindset, something like that.
The big heart for lawbreakers.
Okay. Do you want to understand it? Are you willing?
Yes,
Are you willing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because that is the
In
first.
fact, I will practice some of these levels of listening as you tell me. And I'll go mute. Take it away, Jack.
I got sirens. Sorry, I had sirens.
Are you in Minneapolis?
I'm in Baltimore. Yeah, not the ice sirens. I caught just a little bit of the conversations and the press back. Ideally, if regarding the immigration and what's going on with people who follow the rules versus don't follow the rules, it's not so black and white, not anymore. What our government and the agents are doing, it is not an enforcement of legal rules. They're literally filling quotas and attacking anyone they can attack. Innocent people, actual naturalized citizens, are being harassed and attacked by the ICE agents out of errors. How about this, Jeff? Something I was just reminded of earlier, a distinction between lawful and legal. Legal actually goes by permission, right? You have to get permission from the authority. It's got to be approved by the systems or by the higher power. But what is lawful? What is lawful is right. It's righteous. It's moral. Does that make sense? I don't think
no, I understand it because our laws are not necessarily moral laws; they're legal laws that we have to respect if we want to respect the country we live in. So you're saying if you don't think the law should be the law,
we've
there's
all
a
agreed to,
political
by the way.
process we have currently where you can change the laws.
Who can change the laws?
People with enough political will that can organize and advocate for change. That happens here all the time in America.
No, we have the illusion of that.
I mean, we got marriage equality. That happened.
Marriage equality. Did it happen?
Yeah, there's plenty of gay married people now legally. They get tax breaks. They have marriage licenses just like straight people.
Okay, that is an area that I honestly haven't paid a lot of attention to. I know there has been movement towards fairness and recognition of that, but
yeah, Obergefell, the Supreme Court in 2015 ruled that it's unconstitutional to prevent gays and lesbians from accessing the institution of marriage. And then they also passed the Respect for Marriage Act a few years ago, which something like 60 Republicans helped push through as well. So that's all political change that was made from within the system.
Well,
So to me, what it comes down to, if you're not able to make the change that you're trying to make, then you don't trust in your own power to make the change. Like you've given up on your own self at that point. That you have to resort to extra legal and illiberal methods for bringing about your vision of society.
well, I believe our society has conditioned and programmed the masses to believe in things that are not real, right? Such as borders,
Borders are
authority.
real, they're legal entities.
Okay, legal. Let's get into that. I present the case that man's legal laws, they're immoral, they're unjust, they're actually criminal in the eyes of righteousness.
That's a very extreme fringe position, and it's also not a democratic position. So if
Okay,
that's your justification for the bigness of your heart, that's coming from a different ethos and worldview than the liberal democratic society that the rest of us live in. So
you are
it's a fair position. It's just not a position that matches the current society that you live in, that the rest of us agree to abide by.
that's fair. That's actually very fair. I get labeled as a liberal, but I do not believe in the left or the right. They're both they've both been conditioned into this money system. And the left and right, if you break down what politics is, it is for division. Politicking one side versus another side. The entire foundation of politics is based on division. But if we want to be united, we become united.
I, I think there are values we can unite around that we do share in common. Immigration is one of them. Most people support some kind of sensible, controlled, regulated immigration system. Um, Corporate overreach is another one. Most people from both sides don't want corporations to have outsized power. So that's another value I feel like that we could all come together and rally around. So there are those points of connection that are out there for everybody. But also, I thought you were an old hippie from back in the day. You said you don't consider yourself a liberal.
I Yeah, I don't
Or
identify
you have
with.
something you're trying to share?
It was in Chat GPT conversation that was shared with me earlier regarding lawful versus legal. And I thought these were actually pretty insightful, such as lawful answers to truth, conscience.
Good to see you using the AI.
As I said, someone shared this with me, so
Oh,
I can't take credit for the initiative, but it is value. So lawful with truth, conscience, right order, moral causality, and accountability that exists before the institutions. So right is right, wrong is wrong, regardless of what's written down in someone's policy book. And these ideas of legal, it answers to authority, the office of authority, and it includes permission, procedure, and power that exists because the institution says so.
yep,
Um,
everything you need to keep a civilization running. The way I would read this is the legal category is society as it currently exists, and the
mhm.
lawful is the society that you would like to see exist. And so the issue or the controversy becomes the methods that you think are appropriate to bring about this lawful vision as opposed to this legal vision. And I happen to think the method should stay within our current system. And
Oh,
some
really?
people believe that they're justified going outside of this legal system to bring about this lawful vision. And so I think that's where I differ with a lot of people on the left.
Okay, and I can actually accept that view too. There are people who feel they step outside of the legal, and my view is actually let's use the legal to create the lawful. Because
Yes,
whether
exactly. Yes. See, we are aligned. We do share a common value, political value.
I think we do.
So, you're trying to get in front of Congress.
Yeah.
You're trying to talk to Trump.
Yes.
Have you reached out to Barron yet? I'm telling you, that's not a bad. He's very social media connected. You could probably get him on your show.
I've heard that, but yeah, I don't. I think that was what I wanted to show. I've considered it. I've heard that. I've made no efforts to reach out to him. But what I'm currently doing, I'm not currently doing it. I'm currently delaying myself from doing it by being here. Um, I was. I'm putting together a list of people that have influenced me, people I've learned from, people I admire. They're more successful. They're more articulate. They share many of the same values and the same ideals as me, but they don't have the same idea for the solution. So my hope, and I'll include Barron in this list maybe, of people, it's people that I want to talk to. I want to try and put something together to share the idea and the vision that's here and try and get it out there somewhere else, right?
Yeah,
Because if we
that's
can get,
that's what our system's designed for. I support that.
thank you.
That's somebody using the system to bring about their vision for America. And we all have the ability to do that and the right to do that.
Yes. And that was something I didn't believe we had the right to do that because I believed so much in the systems. I was caught up in the details of how we have this appearance of order. Because really that's what all these systems are for, right? All the rules that people have come up with, it's for the purpose of maintaining some sort of order within our society. I
Sure. So
suggest
like every day is not a day on the streets of Minneapolis
every day is what?
or Jazz or George Floyd protest or J6 or any of that stuff. Like, yes,
I missed where you started with that.
when
Sorry.
in a nation this size at this scale, we need some kind of order. We need some way to keep everybody coexisting so we can all live our lives on an individual level.
Yes and
You're
no.
able to wake up and do what you want to do. I'm able to wake up and do what I want to do. Mr. P's able to wake up and vacuum. Because we have these laws that keep everything orderly and allow us to maintain the freedom to be able to do all of that. There's some places in the world where they wake up in the morning and life is completely unpredictable. They don't know what's going to happen an hour from then.
We think we know. We have the illusions of comfort, the illusions of safety. But this
I've
might,
been pretty comfortable that like most of my life,
I
other
have,
than 20 when I was in Seattle during 2020. That was the most unrest I think I've experienced outside of Mardi Gras.
I've, I've, yeah, I've been blessed with comfort and safety as well. But I started looking at the source of our immigration problem. Why are all these men, women taking their children? Why are all these people leaving the lands of their ancestors, risking their lives, breaking the law, trying to get somewhere else? What's so
Because we're the
bad?
greatest country in the world. That's why.
No, we've created, yes, possibly, but it's also be at the expense of other nations. The colonialism, the patterns of colonialism that started America, it's continued to spread throughout the world. I mean, the Venezuelan immigrations, it's all of these sanctions, right?
Colonialism was way before America.
Fair enough. Yes, yes. But it is what started America. And colonialism, it breaks people from their past. And we have become a species all around the world, especially here in America. We're a species with amnesia. Most people don't know where we've come from. We've lost
Nobody
connection.
does. I mean,
And
we
it,
tell ourselves stories based on what we can discern from history, but even cosmically, there are people that, like, we don't know where we come from ultimately. It's all
right?
story.
Correct. I agree. And we are living through one of the most incredible times of this history, right?
AI is making it even better.
And what makes it better?
AI is about to make it up even better. Wait till you see. We're at the threshold, Jack. Wait till you
I
see
know.
what's coming.
I know. I want to swing back to something you said about the individual, having the order allows the individual to live freely. This idea came, actually, it's one of my notes that I considered unpacking a little later, but the distinction between individualization, or the recognition of the individual is what I'm pointing at, versus isolation. I suggest that we've lost sight of the interdependence. We are all interconnected with people. It's the only way this society operates, right?
Yes, I'm very much big on the concept of interdependence.
So how
That
does that,
allows us to be individuals, but it also recognizes the context in which that individuality happens and takes place. But
okay?
as individuals, we're interdependent on terms that we can collaborate on and negotiate among ourselves with each other.
Yes, I think so. So with that, how does that work, being interdependent for the purposes of sustaining the individual? How does that work when we're becoming more and more politically divided?
That's the big question. It was we were polarized a lot during 2020, and then I kind of saw us maybe start to come out of some of that. And I think the Minneapolis thing and the immigration issue and all is the polarization is back. It's we're unzipping again. And so much of it's affective polarization. So it's this emotional fear, hatred, disgust, contempt for the other side because of how they're being pictured in each other's head. The left sees Republicans and conservatives in a completely different way than I see them when I interact with them all day, and possibly vice versa. I
I
mean, when
would,
you look at Minneapolis and all the stuff coming out of the left, some of it seems pretty crazy to me. Like these people, like the women dance, screaming in the woods and dancing in the street. It's very hard to see that as somebody you can form a society with. I don't
well,
know how to form a society with people that are flinging dildos at people's trucks like rabid maniacs in the street. I
Imagine
don't
like
know how to form
hunting
a
and then just
society with
like,
people that are setting Starbucks on fire to protest George Floyd and creating the Chaz and things like that. So we have to figure out how to make that happen. And so far, we at least have this framework of law and order that keeps some kind of bounds and parameters on it.
hmm. Yeah, imagine like hunting or taking a walk in the woods and then just like walking up on those like women like beating their sticks and everything. It's just, like, see ya. But anyways,
I think I might have seen a moment of visual. Is that something you played earlier? I think I saw
Yeah.
it. I
I mean,
didn't.
it's a healthy
The
expression of
patriarchy
anger. It's
has
better than throwing a
apparently
frying
done
pan at
quite a
your husband.
number on modern women, the invisible subjective patriarchy.
I'd rather
There,
them out there than, you know, you know,
It's true. Well,
basically taking a
they
bat
were
to
in the
their husband's
streets
head.
on one of the
Yeah.
videos, and they're throwing dildos at that other one.
Well, I don't oppose the throwing dildos and the people dressing up in costumes and going out and creating a disturbance in the streets because that's civil disobedience. It's nonviolent.
It's also vandalism. Like, do you want people throwing shit at your vehicle?
Come on.
I
In,
yeah.
in the face of what's happening, that is nothing.
But this was this guy was on their side. They just singled him out for who knows what reason. Like there's nothing about him that even justified the vandalism.
Maybe I'm
Except that
thinking
he
of,
was white and in a truck. But no, I mean, I could vibe with the civil disobedience as long as it was genuine, or you know what? Because a lot of this isn't genuine. It's actually bought and paid for, which is the part that pisses me off. You know, and this is you can easily prove this. I mean, these people have already talked about the fact that they've gotten paid. They're well organized. Who the people that are paying them are. You know, is it protest or is it organized chaos? I don't know. You have to,
Right. We don't know. They have that whole
right.
signal network. It's pretty we know it's organized. We just don't
Mm.
know what might be, but is it authentic grassroots organization? Which it probably is. I mean, they have such a culture of protest and activism in that part of the country. Like, I'm willing to accept that most of it's probably organic. There may be some bad actors or foreign actors that are exploiting some of that, but I think a lot of that would be there anyway.
That's
well,
fair.
yes, and a lot of, I believe a lot of this may start out organically, yet the reality is we live in a money in a society that is controlled and ruled by money. It costs everyone money in order to live. So an organic movement requires money, right? I mean, I was president of a local union. In order for us to operate, we had business expenses and equipment expenses and all sorts of expenses just to represent, just to be a voice for the fellow workers, right? So it does cost money. And so money is a corrupter, but long, long ago, the people who own the property, the people who write the rules, they've known you can hire half the working class to take out the other half of the working class.
Do you think that's being done? I
Oh,
honestly
yeah.
don't know.
Well, the working class includes the ICE agents, the police, the enforcers, the
That's
judges,
true.
the
Yeah.
prisons. As long as we're divided by politics, we're going to be ruled by oppression.
Do you feel oppressed?
I didn't used to until I started looking at the world a little bit differently and I started seeing the freedom that actually was not there.
Like what?
Kind of a
What
glass
freedom
half
of
empty
yours
kind of
is
perspective, don't you think?
do you feel is being oppressed?
Somewhat.
Because I think
Well,
of oppression as something very specific.
well, just basic definitions. Does freedom exist if you have to apply, register, pay for, right? License, you got to obey. That's not freedom. That's
I don't
compliance.
I consider that the responsibility that comes along with freedom so that we can all share in it together.
But it's
I
not
don't have
the
a problem paying taxes and registering my car and getting a driver's license and all of that because that makes the system able to provide that kind of freedom to everybody. Freedom comes with duties, like adult freedom anyway. The childish freedom of I just want to be able to do what I want and not have anyone interfere with me is a very unrealistic, immature type of freedom to me. Adult freedom comes with duties and responsibilities to uphold that freedom.
fair enough. However, let's recognize again man's laws. Here in America, we live in a pay to play society. That's the reality. The laws and the rules apply to those who cannot afford. And we've got prisons for profit. We've got, we've industrialized and commercialized everything. I am an anarchist. I believe in sovereignty for the people. self-rulership, self-governing.
Are you Antifa?
By
That was,
definition, but not by
are, we,
any
are we gonna see?
group.
Are they gonna rip off one of those black masks and we're gonna see you on the news?
I wouldn't be a
Black
bit
bloc,
surprised. The
black
things I
bloc
say,
Talcott.
if I'm not on someone's list by now with the things that I say and talk about publicly, I'd be surprised. I would suggest our government is failing the people if I'm not on a list by now.
But don't we have methods to address that from within the system? If people feel like they're being failed, that we have opportunities to change that, to correct that.
Not without the money and the funding, not without the influence and leverage.
Well, that's part of organizing, yeah. And most issues currently have advocacy groups already in place for advocacy, organizing, making political change. Okay, we got somebody else coming up. So whatever your favorite issue is, just go find the groups out there that are already doing it. It's gonna put you in touch. You're gonna be empowered by the collective action that's already out there. Welcome, Pinhead.
Oh, thanks. Can you hear me?
So far, yeah. How's the lag today, do you think?
Oh, God, I'm worried, Jeff.
So
Thanks for
far, so
taking me
good.
up. Hi, Jack. It's really nice to meet you. I'm a longtime viewer of yours. Much respect. Blessings all.
Thank you. Pleasure is mine. Appreciate it. um,
They exist for the reasons we've been talking about, because people have a certain type of world or society that they want to live in, and these groups help them get closer to that vision. Otherwise, we're just America's perfect. It's perfected, and there's no need to change anything further. And we just exist at this state, and nobody believes that. Like every one of us expects America to advance and progress in whatever direction we think it should grow. And so these groups are there to move it in the directions that each group thinks it should go.
and we have so many groups opposing each other, competing
Yeah.
against each other, really undermining each other.
That's normal in a society as large as ours. The problem is when they start clash. We're all driving the bus in different directions, but when the bus drivers all start fighting with each other and clubbing each other over the head, that's when the problem starts, because then the vehicle is just going to go off the road. It's fine for us to be pulling in different directions, but I don't think it's fine for us to turn that on each other and implode the entire system in the process.
I believe the reason we're so divided is because we've allowed secrets and lies to continue for so long. It's confusion and deception that keeps people at war with each other. If we
Like
united
false
together,
narratives being propagated by social media.
that's one example. It's not just social media, it's our mainstream media, and it's been government influenced by evidence, by admission.
And possibly like other governments as well. Global influence.
Exactly. Because we've got not just individuals, households competing against households because everyone's got a different budget that controls them. and but it's the same thing as the nation states as well. The nation state is a bigger example of the individual.
Yeah, but it's always been like it's been like this for thousands and like this is human history. It's not just going to suddenly turn into a different thing overnight. Maybe AI will bring us closer to it than we've ever been. Who
There is
knows?
no
But
perfect
this is
society, no matter how much
this
you
is
try.
incremental progress we're talking about over generations.
It's gotten us to this point, but the point we're at right now, the war drums are escalating, the global economic systems, they're about to shift and change as well. You know, some of the forecasts, the American dollar could be replaced as the world leading currency. And where are we going to be? We could be in the same boat that Greece was in not long ago, and these other
The
nations.
dollar's not going anywhere. They've been
Yeah, the
saying that my
dollar's not
whole
going
life.
anywhere,
I think the
but it
real
deserves
wild
to
card
go
is
somewhere,
AI.
though.
Is how
It
AI
should
is going
go
to affect
somewhere.
employment in the economy.
The amount of printing that we've done, we deserve to have the dollar not be the standard. We've abused it. We've abused that privilege that we've had for so
It's
long. It's crazy. Like, why would people want to trust something that can be manipulated? You know, the whole point of the dollar is how stable it is and how you can
But what
compare other
currency can't be
currencies to it.
manipulated? I'm not giving up the dollar just because some people think we
No, no,
deserve
no.
to
I
have
don't. I think the
different things.
dollar's not
That's
going
stupid.
anywhere.
That's just politically stupid.
But my point is that we got to be more responsible with our fiscal policy if we want to continue being the standard.
Well, we're America. We're gonna continue being the standard anyway. We don't care.
I know,
we
but that
have
It's
doesn't
just
justify.
that's our American privilege. It's what comes with being
I
the
know, but
world's
we
most
shouldn't be
largest
irresponsible with that
economy.
privilege. You know.
thank you. Absolutely. This is the thing. America, here in America, we've got a lot of comforts and a lot of benefits that many other human beings, just like us, they don't have. I mean, when I started waking up to the bigger picture and looking outside of just my life and my problems and started looking at the world as though I was a part of the world, why is America not doing more for the people in North Korea? Why are we not standing up for the
Because
oppressed people in China? Oh, because we don't have freedom
why
here.
would we? Why are the other countries not? Why are we? You're putting a moral duty on America that a lot of us
Wow.
haven't considered or accept or
Oh,
don't even think it's our responsibility for. If you
okay.
believe that's America's role, you can advocate for that, but you have to win the rest of us over.
How about
And
this?
I'm not persuaded that it's my moral duty to worry about every nation in the world more than I
Oh,
worry about my own.
and
Well,
you
we
don't
worry
even
about them when their resources are involved.
that and bring it back to home. Americans don't give a shit about their neighbors. So exactly, why
I
should
think we
we?
give a shit about our neighbors. I just think that we want to. I think that we're getting fed up with the amount of care going outside the country than it being directed to the problems that we have inside the country. I don't think it's just a flat out we don't give a shit. It's just we want to see more focus on fixing what's going on inside the United States.
Can I press back on that?
Sure.
I think if we cared about our neighbors, we would not have the issues of poverty. We wouldn't have the homeless epidemic that's rising here in America. The people on the streets are neighbors in a community.
I don't care about junkies living on the I really don't. People that make the
Right.
choice to turn to a life of drugs get
Wow.
very little of my sympathy. People that turn to a life of criminality get very little of my sympathy. I want to support the people that are wanting to play fair by the rules and collaborate with the rest of us to build this amazing civilization that we have here.
I
That's who's
agree
going to
with you,
get my
Jeff, to an
loyalty and
extent.
support,
But Jeff, what about people that are
not the free
legitimately trying to
riders.
turn it around, though? Like not necessarily the people that are in the street active that have put themselves there and have no desire to get out, but the people
Black
that are reaching out
zombies.
for help.
No thanks.
Do you still
Wow.
think you feel that way about
And
people
there
that are
are
trying to
plenty of
change?
people that are like, the homelessness is a
I,
billion-dollar industry here in Seattle, and it's a revolving door. They don't help any of those people. They just take the money.
Jeff, do you hear yourself? That's the name of the title, right? Do you hear yourself?
Yeah.
What do you think the cause is that would cause someone to be? Have you spoken with the people on the street who are
Yeah, I used to
suffering
work
from
in the home I
addiction?
used to work in the
Okay,
homeless industry.
and And so how do you
Most
have,
of it here in Seattle, at least, that they did a survey a few. It's about 80% substance use.
yeah. And what's the driving factor behind addiction, Jeff? You should know this clearly, easily.
People making a conscious choice to choose to do a drug in the first place. And
Mhm.
if you
Mm.
doubt me, then look at all the people who are in those same exact circumstances that are not choosing to do the drug. So
So the
it's the
opposite of
internal
a
factors. It's the internal factors that are driving their decision to use. And
Uh-huh.
I'm not responsible for or in control of what's going on inside of these people.
the
Those,
opposite of addiction is connection.
thank you. Beautiful. And so if you look
Well,
at
then
the
I'm doing
pattern,
my part.
I disagree, Jeff.
Well,
If
this
you look
whole
at the,
space is set up for connect. We're here connecting right now.
well,
There's
if,
been many people that have made connection here and felt connected. So if you don't think that part of my mission is to increase connection and community, then you haven't been paying attention to me or anything I'm doing over here.
well, Jeff, I asked you, do you hear yourself? What you're describing is you have care for people who obey, who comply. And where I was going with the cause of
And
most
take personal
addiction,
responsibility.
Yeah.
the cause of most
And use their
addiction,
agency and are not whiny ass beta victims.
the cause of most addiction comes from unresolved trauma. We have a society that has not understood the damages that it is creating. We've got broken systems that perpetrate trauma. Generational trauma has been passed down upon people.
Trauma
So you
is
got,
individual on a personal level.
right. And if
That's
you're
where
there,
that's where it needs to be addressed. And I work in mental health. I address trauma more than most people out there. So don't tell me I'm not doing my part for people that are traumatized. My door is open for them. It's been open for them for over a decade.
Jeff, please don't get defensive. I'm not criticizing you, what you're
I get
doing.
defensive when people accuse me of doing something that I'm not doing or not doing something that I'm clearly doing. I get defensive when I'm mischaracterized by people that should know better, that have spent enough time with me to know better. There's
And
somebody in the back named L Him. Does anybody know them? And
I
do you have a
don't.
channel you can drop in the back?
Or maybe cam up too, just behind stage
No,
at least.
they're cammed. I just want to make sure they're not a troll.
Oh, that's wow. You got them camming up
It's a
backstage
new
without
person,
asking.
so we
That's a
like to vet
plus.
our new people. All right, I'll go ahead and use my overlay. 1 second. All right, let's meet this Elhim person. Hello.
Has the fear of unintentional nude photos pervaded your community as well?
Yeah, the porn bombing. Yeah,
Jesus,
Oh
it's no one's safe anymore, huh?
yeah.
no.
Do you have a channel of your own?
I used to be one of those guys that hunts child predators across the state, so the lower southeast.
Fred Catcher.
Oh,
Before it was called that, yeah, I was one of the originals.
Nice.
okay.
Before there was a
Let's
grift and a clout chase attached to it, but the
consciously, like you were consciously using it to grift.
no, I said
No.
no. I'm gainfully employed, man. I actually I own a couple of places where guys can go to. It's not my job. I've just got a couple of houses where guys can go to get well. And I heard some good stuff and maybe some misguided stuff, and I thought I could add to the conversation.
Okay.
Oh, you own
well,
sober houses?
So these are mostly for. I'm real, by the way. I've got a weird mustache. You can see I'm a real person. There you go. Hi, everybody.
let's compare it to the other famous mustache.
I wouldn't call them sober houses because these are for guys that have already kind of put their life together. But a 540 credit score and 17 felonies make it tough for people to get a fair shot in life. And whoever said that the opposite of addiction is connection, I get the sentiment, but the man or woman must change. Like the same man or woman will more than likely revert to old behavior. So that connection affords you the opportunity to grow and to change and hopefully make some improve. Like simply having connection will not bring about what I would say is long-term recovery. But that's my
It can
opinion.
break up some of that isolation, though, which I think contributes.
Right, but it
alone.
creates a window of opportunity where change can happen. I think that the idea that connection in and of itself is enough to
No,
it's an incomplete statement. In my respectfully, that's y'all channel. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but
no. I get it. I get it. No, not one thing will work, but there is definitely a correlation between addiction and isolation, and the more connection somebody makes, the more chance they have as far as getting back out into society. But no, there's no like 1-to-1 ratio on anything when it comes to that. It's a
and
multifaceted issue.
who on the panel said that the main cause of addiction is trauma?
I think that was
Yeah.
That's
Jack.
another one of those. It's like something can be true and false at the same time. The God bless the women that are passed around and used, and we know some of the human trafficking victims. But if you go to a 28-day rehab, there's a lot of white children of affluence who they leave a non-centered life. They don't have call it a spiritual North Star, call it whatever. They're searching for something, and debauchery is an attractive lifestyle. So there's a lot of people who suffer from addiction where there is no molestation, there is no physical abuse, there is no abandonment. There's some people fall to it. You disagree, sir?
No, I'm an example of that. No,
Oh, okay.
no trauma.
That's
I
and I
would
just it was I googled open panel and I filtered live, and go figure, the universe has a sense of timing. I find I find a guy with he's playing reindeer games up in the top left. I'm not sure what he's doing, but is anybody
Well,
on this
you're in the right
panel?
place.
Is anyone on this panel sober by any chance, or clean, whatever your term is?
I'm
Oh, then
sober.
me too, man.
Sober.
Welcome to the club. It's a good club to be in.
It is. I tried killing myself with alcoholism, and I came from looking back, my childhood was blessed, but I had unresolved trauma. And this is what I mean. I don't believe our mainstream society has understood what trauma is. And trauma, it can happen even in the safest of households, right? To varying degrees, trauma happens.
The latchkey kid. How old are you, sir?
52.
Are you sure? That was the latchkey kid generation brought upon a new version of quote unquote trauma. Just it's not the abandonment of like daddy went out for milk and he left for 11 years. It's being alone together. I don't know if that statement hits
Yes.
home.
Yep.
Generation X.
Absolutely. It's the lack of connection. It's when a child or an adult, when we go through pain and suffering and we lack connection, especially if we don't have the mental capacity to understand that maybe we're not to blame for this pain, maybe we're not at fault for the suffering, or we don't know how to change it. If we lack empathy and connection to another human being, to protect ourselves, our mind will disassociate. And then these patterns of disassociation, they develop and they grow. And the next thing you know, you're trying to drink yourself to death, or you're selling yourself out on the street to get drugs. It's a pretty common story, unfortunately.
Or you just become jaded by life. You're the 6-figure earner at a dive bar with a single malt scotch, and you just have the inability to see color or to hear music in a positive way. Just everything sucks.
Well observed. Yeah.
Did I stumble across 4 adults on YouTube? This is not allowed in 2020. This doesn't seem right. What timeline are we in?
We're connecting. I've been disassociated for over 16 years. I haven't felt my body in 16 years, and I have never stuck a needle in my arm as a result. I've never turned to life of drugs. So there are plenty of people that suffer trauma and even get dissociated that don't take that path.
Yes, there are. And congratulations to you, Jeff. And for your question, Jeff with the antlers, he's the host here. This is his channel, and he runs
This is the Antlerverse. Welcome.
he hosts pretty productive and healthy conversations for the most part. I'm here to actually encourage Jeff to expand his levels of forgiveness, if that's possible.
With
Oh,
whom?
would you mind highlighting at RW's comment one back? He said,
Well,
"For Elham, how much does faith add to the individual to change? In my experience with the men that I mentor, you gotta have a carrot on a stick that you can't get to. You know, you can get a 6-figure salary, you can get a pretty girl, you can get a house, but you gotta have something driving you that is actually unobtainable. And for me, I would call that faith, or just a sincere desire to like minimize the suffering of other people. Faith is, I don't know if anyone's in a 12-step group. If you are, that's great. If not, that's great too. There's a book that I read. It says faith has manifested itself in many forms. So I think that it's an imperative that you, even if it's just faith in the fact that we're all connected somehow throughout like the plasma of the universe. I think that life without faith is meaningless. But that's my take on it.
That's beautiful.
I'm not even sure it's possible, life without faith. I think we all have some kind of faith to get through our, even if we're not sure what it is or what it's in.
There's the 12-step book. It's the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's based on, not based on. There was a guy named William James. He wrote a book called A Variety of Religious Experience.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the
Yeah.
Someone's familiar with that?
Yeah. He was an American philosopher of pragmatism.
Right. He was I think he was very influential on Carl Jung. If I'm not, I'm speaking a little bit above my weight class here, but we're just spitballing. And this was at a time when, anything other than Anglo-Saxon Christianity was not really smiled upon. And, I think that we've seen a return to faith. It's like, I like that whole like Jelly Roll had a great line the other day, right? Everyone can have a personal relationship with, he says, Jesus is not owned by a political party. And if Jesus is not your guy, that's so cool. Like, God bless you.
Yeah, that was great.
It truly was. And, the dogma seems to have been lifted. And, I think that inside another line in the 12-step book, it says, inside every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. So therefore, when people say, and I don't think really have to search for God. We have to remove the things that whether it's pornography addiction or it's spending addiction, gambling, alcohol, drugs, infidelity, lying, like all these temporary feel goods that prevent us from living good. And when you don't like the man in the mirror, a really easy way for me to forget when I'm not loving myself too much is a 750 Adores White Label. It really numbs my conscience. Yeah.
I missed the end of that. You said,
I said the best, if I want to numb my conscience, like if I'm doing so, if I'm really shitty to my wife, or if I'm not a good friend, or if I don't answer the phone call for someone that needs help, if I don't like the way I'm living, I have two ways to solve that. It's either to get back on like what I would consider like living a principle guided life, or I could drink scotch. Those are I have two options. There is no option C. But that's my
Those are the
experience.
options you've given yourself that you can come up with, because I think with some creativity, people can always generate new options. People should never feel stuck between only two alternatives if they use their ingenuity.
Well, I mean, I think those two alternatives have about 1,000 subsections underneath them. But it's either I'm either going towards good or I'm going towards evil. That's what I was. I think that there's a million numbers on each side of that number line. It's just the binary that I'm stuck in is, do I go right or do I go left?
Right. It's directional.
Right. Yeah. I don't think anybody on their deathbed
What keeps
says,
you going right? What keeps you going forward, upward?
When you get a front row seat to watch a guy get custody of his kids back, or you get to watch a man, become gainfully employed, or you get to watch a man successfully stay out of incarceration, or you get to watch somebody who was once they had self-harming ideology, build a life worth living. It's funny. I'm sitting here in my living room and I'm looking. I've got some pictures of these guys and my friends on the wall. Some have succeeded, some who have unfortunately died as a result of some of the choices we make. what keeps me going towards the right is that I know that my stay on this earth is finite, it's temporary, and I'm not quite as old as Mr. Black Box Talent. I'm getting old. I can't read that.
Oh,
Alcott.
this is Jack Talcott. I'll change his name back.
It, and so I'm 40, and I'm at that period now where I probably have an equal number of yesterdays and todays. And I want to make my todays. I don't want. I've helped a couple of guys, Jack's age, and when I see the older men that have regret, I think his name was might have been Kohlberg or Erickson. At the end of life, it's called generativity or stagnation and despair. And I really don't. I really don't want to. I don't want to be at the end and regret not. No one on their deathbed says like, I wish I saw less countries. I wish I saw less concerts. I wish I told the truth less. Those are kind of universal truths.
Amen.
How long have you been doing this?
For the better part of 15 and a half years.
Wow.
Good for you.
I had a brief little, I had a window in there where that was not the case, but thank God it didn't last incredibly long. But it made me appreciate it. If anything, it cemented that this is, I want to continue to go right for phrasing sakes.
I think it's easier when you have a group of other people that are also going right, that you get that community effect that can support it. And
That's that connection we were talking about.
As well, in community.
It does help.
Connection.
My position is that people are at their best and their healthiest when they're allowed to be themselves, their natural self, and have a community that supports that and gives them a context for being that self. So
that's kind of when I said before that spiritual
and a community that you can be yourself in. So that's what I try to provide.
Well,
here.
I mean, being yourself again. That's I try not to use like broad terms. I'm in a community that advocates, infidelity and like recreational fentanyl use. Even if it's got great fellowship, it might not be the like. I've met people that really take care of each other in a trap house. Like they look out for one another in a very sincere way. I think it's a tripod. You have connection, you have faith, and you have your actions. Like without one leg, the table falls.
Do you think that the fentanyl users? Do you think that's their authentic self?
I think if you ask them at the time, they would probably tell you yes, and they would believe it.
And my exception is sociopaths and psychopaths and evil people. If you're a psychopath, do not be yourself. Keep the mask on and just don't ruin it for the rest of us. But for most people, I think it's help. The less they have to suppress who they naturally are, and they're allowed to just be that. It takes it's a lot of mental stress to have to constantly mask yourself. So the less you have to do that, the more mentally healthy you're freed up to be able to be.
So you could almost say that it demands a manner of living which demands rigorous honesty. Like honesty is being authentic to oneself.
Yeah, and transparency. Transparency is what creates the trust for the connection to happen in the first place.
I don't think any of us here are in disagreement, except for, I don't know, Mike P has not commented. I can't tell where his brain is at.
Oh, he's a veteran. I think he's in a 12-step program currently.
Yeah, no, I'm listening. I sometimes when somebody's saying stuff that's really powerful and they articulate it well, there's no need to speak, right? So that's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, no, I've been in those relationships where I'm still in one that we had a marriage that was very loving, and then it still stayed loving, and it turned into a codependent relationship with fentanyl, and we still legitimately cared about each other, except we were using drugs, but it wasn't like we turned into bad people. We just had an issue. And if you asked me then, I would have told you everything was fine, so believe me, I get it. I'm living it.
And you're a young fellow, Mr. P. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 39. So I'm
Oh, we're the
getting,
same. No, never mind. Not that young. You got good for
yeah.
you, man. You got a full head of hair and a baby face. Apparently, you didn't do any good drugs, Mike P, because you look too good.
Yeah, no, that's genes, man. You should see my mother, dude. She looks like she's 50 and she's 75, 73. So,
And if you guys have been in a 12-step room, much the way at church, it's sometimes we get the message confused with the messenger. And a lot of people inside of those 12-step groups have perverted the message and, tainted its efficacy. Same as church, same as the Elks Lodge, same as, fraternal organizations. But, one of the lines in the 12-step book is, be quick to see where religious people are right. We wish to be in no conflict with anyone. We've used broad spiritual principles that we think any man of any faith can embrace. So it's fun. Some of the people have turned the 12 steps into like a dogmatic, orthodox group with very little. That one of the lines that says the spiritual highway is broad and roomy, always inclusive, never exclusive. And that's if you've actually read that book, Overeaters Anonymous, Nicotine Anonymous, Cocaine Anonymous, Drug Addicts, most of the 12 steps groups except for NA still utilize that text that I'm talking about. That book changed my life.
why not NA? I wonder.
Do you want a history lesson on it, or is that boring? I don't want to take over the panel.
No, you don't
No, we
have
love
to. Yeah, but yeah, I was gonna
So
say because
they used the big book in the 50s to the 70s, I think. And then I want to say the guy's name was Jimmy Kay. They wanted to make their own, like AA owned the rights to the big book. So obviously there's money that comes with the sale and distribution of it. So they decided to go their own route, and they wrote a book called The Basic Text. And it's in the same vein, but I've read it just to be informed, and it didn't hit the same for me.
no, that's why the
AA
reason I went back
started
to
with
AA.
he went to some Carl Jung would like told him that there's nothing he can do for his alcoholism. Maybe a spiritual experience would help him, and he got involved in this Christian group, and
The
he
Oxford group.
modeled AA out of what he learned from this Christian group that he was involved with that enabled him to have this spiritual experience.
Right. Instead of the 12 steps, they had the 6 tenets and the 4 absolutes. It was like restitution, service, and then love, purity, honesty, and I forget there was. And the Oxford group wasn't just for alcohol; it was for any man that was lost. It was like it was the first Better Man initiative. It's funny they had we had the same struggles 100 years ago that we do now. And like everybody else, right? That you can't stick with. Everything's always got to be updated and repackaged and I'm waiting for somebody to come out with a 10-step group. Instead of 12 steps, we can cure you in 10.
No, gee, I hope they don't. 12 steps are perfect.
I would wholeheartedly agree. And this is a really I'm actually, this is a surreal moment because I'm sitting here. I banged out early off work, and YouTube's a really toxic place, and sometimes I like to have funny conversation, and I wind up finding a couple of this is a very, very odd moment.
Like you said, things somehow work out pretty mysterious. There's a divine force that moves us all, I think.
The whirling mass of electrons heading towards nothing in a cipher. If anyone's, I'm a book nerd. If you can't tell, Jack.
I'm loving it, Jeff. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you for visiting, Jack. I enjoy our conversations as always.
Me too.
Yeah, it was good to see you, Jack.
Hey
Jack, do you have a channel? Do you do some of your own little?
Oh, yes, he
Talk.
does. I will drop it in the back.
yes, I do. Thank you, Jeff, and much love to you all. Blessings.
Hey, Jack.
care,
What?
Jack.
Oh, well, never mind. I didn't even get to say. I feel abandoned now. I don't feel connected, Jeff. The connection's gone.
Jeff's an interesting guy.
He's live every day.
Really,
we'll probably go live in a
he-
couple of hours. It's
he
quite.
like
runs
strikes
quite
me
a
as this
show.
guy that has like such a I don't know, like just the way he is, and then the way his channel
is. It's like I feel like they aren't they like polar opposites. You ever watch the channel?
Because he lets
Yeah.
all the trolls on. He's too Christian to keep off the
He's got all
disruptors.
this
He's
like
trying to
beautiful
stay up there.
message, and then he's got people coming up and telling him like, you know, how his testicles are too small or something, and you're just like, wait,
Yeah.
what? I thought he's like, you know, it's just like so out of place in his message, but it's almost like he likes it. I don't know. It's weird.
I would say that if you everyone has a blind eye and a deaf ear until they don't, and if you shut the same person who's saying your testicles are too small, if he's a man of faith, hopefully he's of the school of thought that one day that you could soften. I tell my guys all the time. I say sharpen your mind and soften your heart, and I think most people have calloused hearts and soft minds.
I'm the
No, I
opposite. I
get
have
it.
a callous. Wait, soft heart. Wait, most people have what? Sharp hearts and soft minds.
I tell my
I have a
guys
very
sharp.
hard mind and a very. I need my heart softened. Do you have tips on that? My mind is.
Yeah,
I need
and
my heart.
invite take interest in another person, and when you're wrong, continue to seek out how you can be kind. It's the St. Francis prayer, right? It's better to understand than to be understood. I seldom, if ever, feel understood by anybody. But I'm seldom a weekend goes by where there's not a couple of guys grilling out in my backyard, or talking about life, or getting past where they're at, or one of my guys just graduated nursing school. A couple of years ago, he got off what he was doing, and so to soften the heart is just try to witness little amazing moments, and that's been my experience. Because a calloused heart is only a self-protection mechanism. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like being kind, when you keep it leaves you vulnerable to getting fucked over and over and over and over. So that's one reason some people, like myself, might pull back from being kind.
Zach says they sell heart softener at Target. It's is it made by Downey? That's I think he's talking about fabric softener. And man, it's easy for us to say, like some of the guys that I look after, and they love me too, brother. It's a two-way street. I've got a nice house, I've got a good job, and I'm at a different spot in life than most of them. So Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a real thing. Like when you're worried about where your next meal coming from, it's kind of hard to think about self-actualization.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, R, that's a great comment by R. Like, don't be afraid to have hard boundaries. I have hard conversations with guys all the time. Like if they cross a line, or the trick is to just create a place like where transparency can be a real thing.
Yeah, I have
Are
no
you
problem
in a
with
12-step group, Jeff? Or you said you're not an
I'm
addict or an
not.
alcoholic?
I've been part of it before. I don't have alcoholism or addiction in my background, but I'm a peer counselor, so I kind of work in that environment. So I've attended plenty of those meetings.
I mean,
You ever suffer from
it
compassion
kind of
fatigue?
sucks that it's looked at as like an addiction program, because really it's a way of life program. It really isn't just for addiction.
Maybe it is compassion fatigue.
Who
very
said that? Is
blunt.
that Buckaroo or P who was just talking?
That was P.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Buckaroo, I know you have a lag, but jump in anytime you can if you're able.
Is there a lag going on right now?
It seems okay now.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I was, this goes back quite a few minutes, but I was thinking about how P said that the opposite of addiction is connection. And, there's a laboratory experiment about that. That they had some lab rats that were given heroin water alone in a cage, and they got addicted to the heroin water, and they became heroin addicts. But they had nothing to do except drink this heroin water or not drink the heroin water. So they were in a place where they were probably very depressed and not in their own nature. Like so many of us, like you mentioned, Jeff, so many people are not living in their human nature. They're not living up to their just normal standards, much less being able to grow. And so there's the heroin or the drugs, and it's kind of like the rat who takes the heroin with nothing else to do. But here's the good news. When they put the lab rat in a lab a community where there was ability for the lab rat to make connection with his lab cousins and friends. And they also had water and food and also heroin water to choose from. 100% of the lab mice avoided the drugs because they had connection. They had their community. They were living into their human nature. And so, I don't think we're that much different than lab rats. We might take drugs for experimentation or something. But I agree with you, man. We're not getting the connection that we need. And I think we're not living up to our human nature because of the society that we're creating, unfortunately. And that's where I agree with Jack. This legal, lawful idea, that's where I joined up a little while ago, a few minutes ago, because I wanted to mention how I agree with Jack. And I think that, the idea, for example, of driving on the freeway with a driver's license and tags, it's been mentioned by the Supreme Court we have the right to do these things, and yet we still register and pay to have licenses and registration and driver's licenses and stuff. So why do we do that? We do that. You said you don't mind doing it, Jeff, and I haven't minded doing it most of my life because it doesn't cost very much. It's not an inconvenience, but it's not right. It's not lawful, and the Supreme Court agrees with us. And so at some point, we're like frogs in the boiling water. If the water warms up slowly and we don't notice it until it's boiling us to death. So that's what this legal system is doing. They keep ratcheting it up to the point where now their federal agents are shooting us. And we have a lot of people that can't even afford to pay these licenses and fees. I mean, it's great if you can, and you won't be complaining if you can afford it. But it doesn't help us live up to our human nature to be in a community of connection like these lab rats. So we will find heroin water like these lab rats. That's how I see the situation. Great talk. I love it, you guys.
That compassion fatigue is a real thing, Jeff, because I don't do it as a career. I know a lot of people who work in the field, and you're not alone. P and I'm guessing P doesn't work in the field. From 9 to 5, I'm not inundated with it. But if I had to deal with people and when you're working in the field, you're seldom, if ever, working with people that are in long-term recovery, well established. It's like you stay on that firing line, and you're probably there's a transference, I think is the word. So,
Sorry.
Maybe I'll do a topic on compassion fatigue. What are some of the things you can do about it?
stop being compassionate.
Yes. Yeah, I figured that one out. And other than self-care.
I think that's why so many cluster B personality types are attracted towards therapy. If they have the genuine inability to care for another person, it's easy to, kind of compartmentalize what they do. I'm sure you've seen that in your field, right? A lot of mentally unstable people giving mental health.
Um, yeah, but as a peer, I come from the peer world, so we're all kind of helping each other. So we're pretty good at knowing what healthy support looks like versus the unhealthy. So a lot of that gets filtered out
Do
just
you mind if I
from
ask where in
being
the
in the right
country you
groups
are,
and
Jeff?
communities. Do what?
Do you mind if I ask where in the country you are? Like what region?
I'm outside of Seattle. I'm in Washington State.
Oh wow, you're like right in the heart of it.
Yeah. Yes, very much in the heart of it. I used to work at one of the big agencies here.
I'm in the Carolinas, so we're not. I wouldn't say we're inundated with like we there's a meth problem, there's a fentanyl, but nothing from what I see on the news compared to where you're from.
They got worse during COVID, really worse. I don't think it's the levels post COVID have never gone back down to their pre-COVID levels.
Are we? Is Mike still not allowed up here?
The most
It
amazing
seems like
thing
he
to
was
me
trying
is
to
when
come up.
somebody can break an addiction like that. Do I have a lag? Oh, no.
No, I just didn't hear you.
No, I was asking about Mike. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's a
Go
permanent
ahead, bud.
thing. So y'all have to catch Mike on other channels. He's blown up his spot here. So take it up with
Permanent
him.
thing. My bad. I didn't know if this was like a if he was on.
Why is Mike banned from here?
Because I have very few rules on this channel. One is don't dox
Damn.
people, no malicious personal attacks, don't curse out my guests, my audience, don't threaten violence against them and their family, that kind of stuff. And for some reason, he can't stay within those very loose rules. So I can't
That's
take the
fair.
chance anymore. It's not fair for my channel. I'm trying to keep my channel. It's not fair to the audience. It's not fair to the people that come up here and do respect my channel and follow those guidelines. So no, I know people like Mike, but Mike is the reason Mike cannot come up here, not Jeff.
Gotta have guidelines.
And I'm talking about boundaries. This is a firm boundary. It's not moving. It's not changing. So I wish that people could respect that.
I didn't know if it was a permanent thing or not, but now I won't ask again. Now that I know it's
Well,
permanent.
it's how do I take a risk when the last 3 or 4 times I've had him up, he's attacked people on panel, he's attacked people in the audience in very ugly, violent way. How do I take that risk every time when he's not predictable and he's not in control of himself? What solution do you recommend? What would you
Oh,
do
I
on
don't
your
recommend.
channel?
I think you're. If that's how you feel, that's how you should proceed. I
So
didn't
that's what you
realize.
can watch the streams. That's factually what happened the last 3 or 4 times he was on here. And I don't
Yeah,
know
that's
why
crazy.
people keep trying to talk me out of it instead of understanding my position. I'd love to have
The only
Mike
reason
back
why
up
I
here,
ask
but
is
I don't
because
know how to have somebody that
sure.
unpredictable on the panel. I'm rolling the dice every time, and it's not fair to everybody else.
No, I get it. Yeah, you've gone like for example, Christmas. You went back on it, so I don't know where you stand. If it's something where it just he's like a penalty box, or it's
Did
like
it because it was
he's
the
been ejected
holidays
from the
and his
game
son
now.
was
That's all. It's not trying to push the boundary.
How about a shout out to the guy who gave $20 to the channel?
exactly. Stormy, my God, thank you very much. Here, let's get you some
There you go,
fanfare.
and now you're financially rewarded for it. Look at that.
Thank you, Stormy, very much. It helps. This channel runs on support.
That music makes me want to make love in 1977. That's all I know.
Well, there's plenty more where that came from.
Thanks,
Hey,
Stormy.
Akaru. Oh, wow. Is that your place? Or are you camping? Oh, I can't hear you.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
part of it.
muted?
Yep. Yeah, this is clamping for me, for sure. This is my life. I love it.
Wow, it's my life too. If I could
Enjoy the trees, the water, the weather. Yeah, it's the way I stay connected, you might say.
Yeah.
Nothing says being at one with nature
I
quite
was
like
sort of checking
Bluetooth
to see if I
headphones
had
and
a
5G
lag. It
internet.
looks like it's okay.
Yo, I'm dead.
Let me take a look at
That was a joke. I wasn't actually being mean. I'm sorry.
That's the way to go. Yep.
Yo, he's
Was
got a
that out of
heavy
pocket,
delay
Mike
though.
B?
I think
No,
your
that
lag is
was
we can see your lips moving.
Trouble with
before
me
we
is
hear
I
you
don't get to hear everything. I got a little lag on my autism hearing.
a little.
You're kind of like a kung fu movie in the 80s. Like we
Yeah,
see your mouth moving, but then there's another white guy speaking English on top of your face.
That's hilarious.
It's
I lose
another
money
leap
on
of
here
faith
every day,
to
Mike.
present
I'm
the
here for
full
things
camera
more
view,
than
but everybody else is doing it.
otherwise
I'm
that
going to try
sounds.
to be brave today.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Buck.
If you're talking to me, I'm just saying I miss a lot,
He
just like
has
I
about a
did. Like,
7 second
Never seen a
delay,
lag
Jeff.
before. I've always heard
I
them,
just
but I don't know.
counted
don't
from when
mind
his
me. I'm
mouth
a good
started
listener,
moving.
though.
He has a 7 second delay.
Which means
Wow.
it's really a 14-second delay because he's got the delay of you, what he hears, and then he's got to respond. So in reality, it's a 14-second delay from the entire interaction.
Whoa, that was some Neil deGrasse Tyson shit. My mind is blown, Mike B.
Yo.
Yeah, fun little pivot point. Like, what do you think causes people to harass, bully, and dox on the internet? Where and especially for people in
Self-image.
their 30s, 40s, and like, I understood it when it was a bullying tactic in junior high and high school, but when I see middle-aged people and the successful adults do it, it always makes me scratch
Same
my head.
exact bully. These are the bullies from high school. It's the same dynamic. In Mike's case, he's just very reactive. That I don't think he intentionally does it, but it's still
It's kind of like
destructive. Trying to
it's
do
a
this.
self-perpetuating issue because it's like, his reaction is what people like, so it's like, and they keep wanting to see it, so like they keep jabbing at him, he keeps putting up his defenses, and then it keeps going and going and going. What I find fascinating is that people haven't gotten bored with it yet. That's
Oh
the
no,
part that fascinates me.
he's an internet phenomenon. They follow him all over the internet, hoping for a Mike sighting. And they know he hangs out here. That's why people push so hard to have him up. They
And
need their
I
Mike.
have a funny experience because I don't know if you can see my profile picture. I'm a pretty large man, so like no one ever bullies me. Like, make me full size, Jeff. You can
Is that
kind of.
you on the right?
Yes, that's me on the right, you dick. That's me on the left. I was a pretty accomplished athlete when I was young, and it's like I'm a big guy. No one ever, and I don't bully anybody, but like no one ever bullies me at a restaurant or even in road rage incidents. I usually just wave, and people are like, "Oh shit, that's a big guy." But on the internet, people get to LARP as a cartel member, a mafioso enforcer, or a tough guy, and I don't know that I call it big keyboard energy. Might be BKE,
Yeah.
big keyboard energy.
And a lot of these people are from the drama community anyway, and the whole dynamic is trolling each other and who can out troll the other person.
Right, it's reaction entertainment,
Yeah,
that's what they're looking
conflict.
Fan controlled reality TV.
for. Oh yeah. Oh, that got hot quick. Making a little melty cornbread. You just throw some butter in there and
Do you live out there? I want to go camping.
count to 14.
It's hard finding cool people to camp with up here. Count to 14.
Bro, we're about to see DoorDash show up behind him, and we're going to lose all respect for Buckaroo.
Oh, I would. He's taking advantage of the modern world. He's having the best of both.
Well, FedEx just drove by. It's DoorDash could be here any moment.
They could send a drone.
I don't know what the lag's like, you guys, but I'm just thinking that people that troll and put other people down in public like that, they are obviously dealing with their own smallness. They're dealing with their own mental health issue. You might even say they if you think about the golden rule, they're not participating in the second half of it. Remember how the golden rule says to love others like you love yourself? Well, you can't love others very well if you don't love yourself very well. So if you are bullying a bunch of people all the time, then you probably bully yourself somewhere inside there. You're treating yourself without the love and care that we should probably be treating ourselves with, and then therefore each other. So a lot of compassion and empathy to people that are in that headspace. But when they create loss, injury, or harm, then we got to step in and help out.
Wow. That was
We should step in and help out anyway. As P was saying, I think the connection is key. That's critical.
Mm-hmm.
That's what life is about. It helps us grow, keeps us away from addiction.
Well, Mike Tyson summed it up best. Mike Tyson said, he said, everybody's got an opinion until they get punched in the face. And I think we live in a world where, we need to make violence great again. but only for a short period.
I've
For
been
only for a
punched
limited.
in the face. I'm one of those people. I draw the line at violence. I think because I think humans have evolved beyond that. And so I think we as humans, as modern humans, have more resources at our disposal
I
now than
couldn't.
violence. We'll have to revert to that. So it's kind of disrespecting ourselves as a species.
No, we are very much apes at heart, dude. That's just part of our deal.
Oh yeah.
Have
I
you
mean,
guys ever?
I'm as violent as the next person. I just don't act on it. I find other advanced ways to deal with my problems.
Well, this was a great
Well,
conversation, guys. I got to run, unfortunately, but it was nice meeting everybody. El
typical
him.
white guy, just come in, colonize, eat your cornbread, and leave when things get dicey. I see what you're made
Right.
of, Mike P.
He's our POC. He's Sicilian.
Is Sicilia now a person of color?
Apparently.
Keep
You're
out
like
the
a six
Moors.
iron from where the Moors took over. That's why you guys were all beautifully melanated.
Mm. And I'm thanking God for that. But no, it was a really nice conversation, guys. Be easy, all right?
You too, Mr. P. Take care. Thanks.
Well, I got a dip too. Thanks for letting me up on your panel, Mr. Antler Jeff.
You too. Thanks for stopping by. I'm here every day, usually twice a
Have a
day.
good lunch.
I will try to get back when I can. And there's someone in the chat already said it, but I was thinking the same thing. Buckaroo's got big Woody Harrelson in the woods energy, man, and I'm here for it. So y'all have a blessed afternoon. Bye.
You too. Thanks a lot. All right.
See you later.
I love watching sound move.
Yeah, everybody's invited to come into nature and live. That's it. There's an open invite from Mother herself, Mother Nature. Please come into nature.
I might take you up
Yeah.
on it. Because I like
You
to
know,
wait for
I
the
came on
weather
when
to be
Jack was talking about legal lawful. I have to ask you, Jeff, at what point would you change your mind? I mean, I wonder, what's that?
Oh, go ahead. I'm just listening.
You do? Oh, it seemed I don't know where the lag is, but it seems like I mean, where's the drawing line? You know, I'm sure you have one. If, for example, if the Department of Motor Vehicles sent you a letter, Jeff, that said, okay, the next time you register your car, it's going to cost you $900, and you know, you have to do that every year. Would that be enough to make you want to fight back, or to say, hey, this is out of control. Why am I paying this? I mean, it's a number, right? It's a monetary number where at some point you're going to say, this is too much. That's what I think I hear you saying. It's not about rights or the law exactly. It's more about just, you know, the money and the comfort, which is reasonable. I'm not judging, but a little bit,
If it jumped
obviously,
up to 900 that
in a healthy
drastically,
way, by the way.
that there.
Law.
If I fought back at all, first of all, I don't know how realistic it is to expect it to jump that high. But in Washington State, they're trying all kind of things now to with road usage tax and stuff like that. So let's say something like that does happen. If I fought back at all, it would be politically. I would organize. There's probably more people than just me pissed off about it. I would organize. We would advocate. We would go through the political process. We would make change from within the system itself. So I would pour my outrage and energy into using the system to get a better outcome for myself.
I have a question for you. What number would that be before that starts? I think
900 for
registration is
sure.
about
I'm sure.
$80 or $90 for a car per year. I multiplied that by 10. Um, is there a number where you would start feeling that you wanted to organize? Yeah, right. Yeah.
Less of a number
Well, that's
than
the
more
point.
of
That number of $900 is actually out of reach. That's out of reach for me to do every year. It would be really difficult. And I think $980 right now is 900 for a lot of people.
it's less of a number and more of the rate of increase, like how high it jumps relative to the year before. And I just recently got my car, so it's freshly registered. So I haven't had to renew it yet. So I have no idea what bill to
Can you hear me
expect in a
better?
year when I have to actually renew it. Because I paid the registration fee and the whatever else you pay when you get a car initially. And it was all included in that. So I don't have a sense of how much it's going to actually cost to register it a year from now to update it or renew it. But if it jumps from 80 to 900, that's a drastic increase.
It's the frog in the boiling water again, because it used to be a lot less than $90 a year. And so what they're doing is they continually increase the price with property taxes, registration, driver's licenses, and the what Jack was trying to say, and what I'm beginning to really understand here is that the difference between law and legal is important, because law is what we're born with in the law of nature. These are the laws that we are calling common law, that we codified in the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. And what the DMV is doing is taking that away from us. They're basically forcing us with penalty to pay money to travel along the highways. And here's the kicker: the Supreme Court said we can legally travel along the highways, even in an automobile. But the real trick is that the legal system has codified the definition of vehicle as a commercial conveyance. And so when a police officer pulls us over, they want you to be driving a motor vehicle that would be registered by the Department of Motor Vehicles. Well, what we're actually doing every time I go to the store or go to the park with my dog is I'm not doing any business. I'm just traveling in my automobile, which is defined differently and has been deemed lawful to be freely able to do. I mean, obviously, we should be free to travel, right? So nobody can say, hey, kid, you don't have these tags or a driver's license and now you're in trouble. Nobody can make me pay money to travel. And this is the point of contention. People are fighting back, and they're going to court and going to jail and fighting for what is lawful, which is our lawful right to travel, versus the legal authority who wants to make us pay to travel. So, if they make us pay $1 or $100 or $900, where does it stop? $1 is too much because it's supposed to be free. And that's where I came in. I'm
So
fighting
no
that.
skateboard tax or anything like that. No horse tax. I don't see to me, it's not the DMV doing it to me, and it's not a they doing it to me. It's Olympia, which is our state government, and it's emerges as part of a political process that I myself participate in. So in Washington State's one of the most politically transparent states I've lived in. They have open hearings on all the laws. They keep you informed on what they're trying to do. The public can weigh in and comment. So I don't see it as people in a room going off and making up a rule and then imposing it on me. I see it as something that emerged from a process that I had every opportunity myself to participate in. And it's coming from the state government. So the DMV is just doing what they're directed to do as the policies that come from the state government change. But the state government is us. It's me. It's the people that live in Washington. It's not a they.
Oh, I have to say something here. We've already participated. So, so I guess another way of looking at it is something that we all understand really well, which is the Fifth Amendment. You know, the Fifth Amendment says that we have the right to not speak at all. Nobody can make us speak, and so we have the right of silence. What the DMV is basically doing is they're taking away a civil right, you know, and so imagine if the state of the Olympia or the state came to you and said, "Look, if you want to be quiet here, we're going to have to ask you to pay some money to use that right to being quiet," because we have a right. Again, the Supreme Court has said we have a free conveyance to travel in our automobile. Nobody can make you pay money to do it. So we have the right to freely travel on the freeway, just like we have a free right to not speak under the Fifth Amendment. Under the Fifth Amendment, we can not speak. But if the police came to you and said, "Hey, you know, here's a ticket you're going to have to pay $200 for because you used the Fifth Amendment," well, you would probably say, "Hey, wait a minute, I have the right to use my Fifth Amendment. I have a lawful right to do it. The Supreme Court said so, the Constitution said so, but here you are trying to make me pay money to use my Fifth Amendment right to not speak." That's the same thing that I'm talking about. They're making us pay money to use a right that we already have been involved in. The fight is over. They want us to think that it's not. I understand where you're coming from. I was there about 18 months ago. I ran into Paul Unslaved's channel, you know, Pimp Unslaved, and it opened my eyes up to a bunch of stuff that I was trying to learn. And it's really hard to get the information, you know. They don't want you to know about it. Is another part of the story.
Oh, come get your
But,
boy.
but does that make sense? The Fifth Amendment thing?
Um, Democracy is not something that you participate in once and then it's over. It's an ongoing. So you said we've already participated, but I see participation as an ongoing activity that I'm always going to be engaged in. Um, the right to travel thing, I can walk anywhere. I don't think they're going to pay to make me walk from state to state to state. I like that we have vehicles, a way to regulate vehicles and account for who owns the vehicle and what happens with that vehicle. So I kind of like that we have that system, and we have a way to license drivers so we know who's driving the car and where to find them in case something happens with the car, that kind of thing. So I understand the purpose for all of it. Doesn't seem burdensome or onerous or anything to me. I support it.
Hmm.
I also like paying taxes. I'm the 17% that trusts the government and likes paying taxes. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to contribute to this amazing society that we live in. I'm not Paul's favorite person.
I I could say something to that. Oh, come on. You don't like paying taxes. Come on.
I love pay. I'm so rarely in a
You're a
position
cut
where I
above,
actually,
Jeff.
because usually I don't
Yeah.
have to pay
That was
tax.
it.
I don't make enough. It's so rare I'm in a position that I actually get to pay taxes, that I have the money to pay it. And
I
so
got to say
I
here
do, when
that
I
I
am
agree
able
with
to
you
hand the
that I
government some
understand the
money,
benefit
I
of
feel like I'm
registering.
finally doing my part. I'm finally contributing to society. I'm not just freeloading. It's like that feeling when you get your first apartment and you finally get to write that rent check. You're an adult. I paid my own rent from my own place now. It feels responsible. It feels grown up.
I agree with you. Donating money to help build roads and schools. There's something to be said about donating money to help people, and that should always be there. I agree. I also agree there's something to be said about lists. As a person with autism, I love lists, and I think it's healthy to have a registration program for vehicles, automobiles even. Let's do it, because what if I built my own automobile that would fall apart on the road? Maybe we should have a way to help that guy out, like me, so that I don't do that and maybe hurt people. But here's the thing: they want to make us pay money to use the system that we're already, to use our own government. They're basically making us pay money to use our own government. And that's only good up to a point. Again, it used to be $10 to register a car. Now it's 100. Why won't it be 900 in a few years? I mean, that's where they're headed. And the problem is that we've already lawfully chosen that to be free, not just walking from state to state, but in any conveyance that you have, whether it be an automobile or a horse. And when they try to the government, which is really the corporate world, try to get in between us and our free movement or our the lawful ability to live life, what they're doing is they're acting as the middleman, and they want to get involved in between your life and the actions that you choose during your life and take a little interest from that, a little bit of money from you there. The registrations could all be free. We could have government that we pay workers, we pay a little bit of taxes, to help the government work. Basically, I'm saying government is bloated like an MFer, man. It's awful. And they're using laws against us, using the legal system, is what I'm learning. And that's just not fair. Whether I can afford it or not, it's not fair.
You said you'd be okay with $10 though, so it's not the system itself you have a problem with. It's just the amount that they're asking for. So I'm kind of hearing two different messages from you. First, the system shouldn't be there at all because it inhibits freedom. And yes, we're glad we have the system. I just wish it weren't so expensive.
Yep. Yep, that's right. If they're going to have the system, they got to have it so that we can afford it. And $100 every year is not affordable for most people. $900 is not affordable for all of us. The system shouldn't be there, says the legal system, the Supreme Court. It shouldn't be there. My personal preference is I like lists. I think I also like safety. I think it would be helpful to have a list of all the automobiles, but I don't think that you should get in trouble if you don't put your automobile on the list. I think, it's really clear the only time anybody should ever be in trouble is when they create loss, injury, or harm, what we call crimes. And when a person drives down the road without a registration on their car, that's not a crime. And what I'm seeing on YouTube is that they are getting crimes committed against them by the state actors breaking their window because they don't have a tag, breaking their window and beating them up, throwing their head on the ground and stuff. And I just, it's a slippery slope to total, tyranny. I guess it feels like we're already there a little bit, but
I need to know more about
this is why it's time to push
breaking
back.
someone's glass and beating their head on the ground. I haven't heard that as a consequence of not paying a car tab. But I think you're going to reach a natural limit where the people themselves are eventually going to,
Just because I can afford $10 doesn't mean that everybody can or
set a
that we
limit to
should
how much they
pay
charge. Like, they're
$10.
not going to be able to charge $1 million per registration. The people are not going to bear that. They might bear 100. If it gets up to 900, they may use the political process to restrain it. And also what you're describing is kind of what Jack was talking about. It's your vision of what's lawful versus what's currently legal. So I say advocate for your vision. If you have this vision of how you think the law should work that doesn't currently work, by all means advocate for it. Try to get that to be the vision. Get enough people to buy into it, persuade enough people, mobilize enough people. Washington has the referendum system with enough signatures. You can get almost anything on the ballot, and then the state votes for it, and it becomes law or not. So there's all kind of ways to bring about this vision you describe of how you think that it should work. But currently, it works the way it does work, and me being the law-abiding citizen that I am, I'm going to respect the current system that emerged through the process. And cars are expensive. I mean, it's expensive to buy a car. Are people wanting free cars and then to drive around with no regulation? Is that the ask? That seems unrealistic. I wouldn't support that.
Let me try another way of approaching the topic. I really enjoy this opportunity to talk this through, but I can see I'm not quite making my point. Let's see. Well, the answer for that is every time you go to buy gas, you could have, for example, car insurance. So everybody would always have car insurance if they put gas in their car. So if you happen to have a car with gas, you now have car insurance. And the same thing could be working, could work with registration. I know registration, in my opinion, should not be mandatory. But I think I would register my cars as long as they didn't make me pay and weren't making it like they would arrest me if I didn't do it. I would probably volunteer to register stuff so that I would have a list for safety's sake. I mean, there's a pragmatic reason for having lists of things. The trouble is, and what I want to rebut what you just said, Jeff, I really got to say this. We have already had the fight. You're asking me to be an activist, and I love that. Thank you for the encouragement. I appreciate that. There's a lot of great coaches out there, and you're one of them, and I hear you, and I appreciate you. But I have to suggest that this battle has already happened, eh? The Supreme Court has already ruled on it. The law of the land has stated that we have the ability to freely travel in our automobile, and nobody can make us pay money to do it. But they're not listening to the Supreme Court. The state police or the local police don't care about the fight we won already, is what I'm saying. We've already won the fight. And they're still arresting us and making us pay a lot of money. And that's not fair. So it's like, I guess, what do you do in that situation? We're in a place where we have to get arrested and people have to literally have loss, injury, or harm done to them to
probably for
push this
resisting
even
arrest,
further up the road. No pun intended. To get more people to listen. It's like the state actors that are no.
I'd have to know more details on these arrests, but Paula Slave's getting arrested because he has a big loud mouth and he fights with the cops. It's not because he didn't pay his tab. It's because he escalates with the cops. Is usually
oh well, they're not supposed to pull you over at all. I mean, okay. The scenario goes like this. A cop pulls you over for no tags. They noticed your car doesn't have a license plate. And so they pull you over and they want to get...
Yeah, which is what I'd expect them to do and want them to do. I don't have a lot of respect for people driving around unregistered because that's our regulation system for motor vehicles. And
Are you watching the same videos? I think the ones that I saw, he was having a conversation with the cop. One time he doesn't even get arrested, and every time he's talking to the cop. Yeah,
I haven't
I,
watched a lot of his videos. I'll be very honest. I watch very little of Paul Unslaved. I've been on a few panels with him now and then. That's about it.
what do you have respect for the law? Because the law says that we don't need to be registered. I also agree with you.
That's
I
your
think it's safer
interpretation of the law.
to be
That's not
registered.
the law as I understand it. I don't think the DMV is an illegal entity
Oh, he's
operating outside of the
great.
law.
Paul has a really
Stormy,
great
usually they
personality.
do. Like, they're
Maybe
good.
not for everybody, but I really like it. It's what I grew up with and I'm used to. And it's for me, it's just like listening to people like I grew up with. And according to the Supreme Court, well, it's really interesting, Jeff. I'm so sorry about the slag, first of all. But if I can just say a little quick history note, in 1871, the Supreme Court changed, U.S. Congress rather changed the definition of person. So if you are a person, you are a corporation. So basically, every human being who is calling themselves a person after the year 1871 is walking around technically as a business agent. So by the
That's
year
more of an
1915,
interpretation
when the
than part
DMV
of legal
system was
practice.
started in the United States, they used that definition of person who is doing business as a business agent, and they are now a person who is using their status as a business agent to drive a commercial vehicle. And the DMV originally was used to register. Well, I mean, it's as much of an interpretation as reading a definition in the dictionary. It's
Right,
pretty
but
clear. The
the
definitions are all very
interpretations
clear.
that count are the ones made by judges and the legal judiciary system. Citizens don't get to override that with their own interpretation. Otherwise, we'd just be all walking around making our own laws, saying, "I know that's what the law says on paper, but here's what I think it actually means, so I'm gonna do it this way instead." You can't have an orderly society that way. So we need some way to standardize those interpretations. So currently we defer to the judiciary part of our government.
Well, I know you're a law
And again,
follower, and
I'm
so
still walking away with a sense of two different objections. One is the system should not be there in the first place. We should all be able to drive without any kind of regulation. And yes, we should have a system. It just shouldn't be so expensive. It's burdensome to the common person that can't afford it. So I'm still hearing a dissonance between those two positions. I'm not really sure what the actual position is. It's like a Schrodinger's
okay,
position. Sometimes it's no
let me
system.
clear it up.
Sometimes it's just an affordable system.
Let me clear it up because I just learned this. The difference is being a commercial business agent and being a human being. A human being has the lawful right to travel on the highways in an automobile without registration or insurance or driver's licenses. It's their natural right, common law to do that, natural law.
Well, we can
But
check
now
with Charlie.
if
Hey, Charlie, clear something up for us.
there you go.
I'm here to clear up
In the
whatever confusion you've
US,
managed to
we
create.
have a legal right to what was the statement? To travel in a vehicle legally without say it again.
The sovereign citizen fantasy. If you're talking about driving without a license or registration, nope, not how the law works. You can't just redefine it as traveling and skip the rules. But hey, nice try.
Well, there are people that believe that you can, and I'm trying to explain the other position.
Oh, I'm aware. Some folks believe the earth is flat too. But last I checked, reality doesn't bend just because someone's got a strong opinion. So go ahead, Be the beacon of reason. Good luck.
Help me be the beacon of reason. What is the current justification for not being able to travel freely in a vehicle?
Because driving a vehicle on public roads involves a giant hunk of metal that could end other people's lives if you're incompetent. Society sets rules, licenses, registration, so you know what you're doing and others don't get mowed down. Freedom doesn't mean do whatever I want in a death machine. Sorry, the world doesn't revolve around personal delusions.
Ooh, you're way harsher than I would have even been. For people that think I'm a complete asshole with no diplomacy, that was me trying to be diplomatic the whole time. And Charlie's giving us the other version.
Well, someone's got to play
Can I ask Charlie a question?
the diplomat.
Yeah.
I guess I'm the one holding up the mirror and pointing out the cracks. Keeps things interesting, right?
Go ahead.
Could Charlie be asked what the definition of automobile and motor vehicle is?
Charlie, what is the definition of automobile and motor vehicle? I guess the legal definition.
All right, in legal terms, an automobile is generally a self-propelled vehicle designed to transport people on public roads. A motor vehicle is a broader category that includes automobiles, motorcycles, trucks, anything that moves with an engine and rolls on public ways. And yes, they both require following the rules. How scandalous.
Thank you.
I noticed that too, Jeff. When I use AI or Google search, it's really difficult to find the information. I could send it to you. I have your email. I'll try doing it that way. To say that Google is biased a little bit would be probably the best way to put it. But
Well, yeah, send me what you got. That was
the
Charlie.
only way to really share. Yeah, again, I agree with you. I don't mind registering my vehicles. I agree it's safe. I also agree having proof that you can drive a hunk of metal down the road might be a good idea. I have friends that have trouble seeing, and they're elderly, and I would probably like it if they had tests for their eyes and could prove that they could do these tasks like driving. I think it's all appropriate. But what it comes down to is money. At the end of the day, when you pay 30 or 40% of your money, your wages towards taxes, what do we end up getting for that compared to other countries that pay similar taxes? I look at all these countries in, let's say, Western Europe, and they're paying maybe 10% more in taxes. But what they get for that is an incredible system of healthcare and infrastructure building and economic, motivation and building. They try to propel, get people involved in personal, private business with each other. The government is really helping them out in a lot of different ways, in a lot of beneficial ways. So they get a lot for their money. And I don't see a lot of people complaining in some of these countries, that I'm looking at, like Denmark and Norway and other countries like that, where they would pay 35 to 45% of their taxes from their wages, in taxes because of the benefits they get. And that's what I hear you saying as well. You are able to afford a lot of the stuff that we're talking about. And I can understand that. And I think there's a lot to be said about that. If taxes were a lot cheaper, or if we could afford these services, it would be easier to use them and say it was okay. But at the end of the day, no matter who can afford to pay for their registration and their driver's license, if the police are pulling us over and beating us up because they don't like that we're a couple miles over the speed limit or we were late in paying a tag, then we're already in trouble. And so they don't even have the right to beat us up, and because they don't have the right to pull us over, if we're not breaking the law. And the law says that we have the right to travel, and I'll show it to you. You know, I've got proof. If you look over at Power Inherent in the People, a couple short videos ago, he showed a man. I guess it was a long video, but this man was pulled over, and he had this great conversation with a police officer where he explained the Supreme Court ruling in 2005 that said that the Supreme Court said that we all have the right to travel freely, you know, and this is something they said before 2005. They've said it a bunch of times. And so I keep wondering, why are our state governments acting like we are all business agents? The only right the state government has to pull you over is because they think your car is doing business. If you're doing business, they want to regulate that. That's how it started. We naturally regulate business.
Do they
And
think
if you look at the
freely means
history,
free?
just,
Is that
you know, a
the
couple
confusion?
sentences here. In
Oh,
1915,
some definitely do. They hear freely and assume it's a get out of legal responsibility
yeah,
card. But in the real world, freedom comes with rules. So yeah, that confusion fuels a lot of nonsense.
There's a 2005 Supreme Court case, I guess, that says everyone's allowed to travel freely, and that's what some of this is coming from. So, uh,
Oh, yes, the classic misreading. Sure, the court recognizes the right to travel, but that doesn't mean you can hob in a car without a license. It's about interstate movement, not ignoring traffic laws. So if someone's waiving that case, they're driving in the wrong lane.
well, I guess send me the stuff you have, and I mean,
it's
probably not going to change
when
my
the Supreme
position.
Court makes,
I'm not hopping into any traffic disputes for you.
yeah.
But if you need
So
clarification, you know where to find me.
it's really easy to prove right now. I mean, if the Supreme Court makes a law, you can't have a county or a city in some state make a statute that says we're going to make a law in our city that overrides what the Supreme
But did
Court
the
law
Supreme Court
says
said that
already.
no one can make laws regulating
That's just
traffic? I don't think that's
inherently
what the Supreme Court said. I
wrong. I
think
think
that's
everybody
your
can.
interpretation of it.
No, it's like this. It's the Constitution is the Constitution is the law of the land, right? And the Supreme Court is
Hey
upholding
there,
what's
what's
in the
up?
Constitution. So
Well,
the Supreme
it's
Court
the foundation for
upholds
our
the
laws, but
law
our
of the
laws are
land.
way more
Nobody can make
complicated.
a law that divide.
Charlie, did the Supreme Court say that no states can make a law regulating travel or cars or traffic?
Not even close. The Supreme Court has never said states can't regulate vehicles. They love regulating cars. Licenses, registrations, speed limits, states get to do all that. So, no free for all on the highways.
So where
Sorry.
does this idea come from? Is it that phrase "travel freely" that's interpreted as you can't make laws restricting that? How do you reconcile that with this "travel freely" thing?
It comes from people cherry picking phrases and forgetting context. Travel freely means you can move between states or choose where to live. It doesn't give you a magic immunity from traffic laws. The right to travel and the privilege to drive a 2-ton machine are not the same. One's a constitutional right, the other's just common sense.
So you have the right to travel, but not necessarily by car.
Exactly. You can walk, bike, or take a pogo stick across state lines. No one's stopping you. But once you're operating a car on public roads, you're playing by the state's rulebook. The right to travel doesn't mean the right to drive recklessly.
Okay.
That's wrong. The
Said
Supreme
that's
Court's
wrong.
already defined a highway as a
Oh, plenty
byway,
say.
a
Doesn't make
path,
it right.
you know, a
People say all
sidewalk,
kinds of things,
a
like birds
freeway.
aren't real. But the law is clear.
And
Driving
so
is a regulated activity. So those who say otherwise can argue with reality.
And it's something about the way highway is defined. It's defined as a throughway, just like a sidewalk or a path or anything else. Which you can walk. You can't drive on a sidewalk either.
Exactly. Just because a highway is public doesn't mean it's a free for all. They regulate who drives on it for good reason. Just like you can't rollerblade down the interstate. Well, not legally. So nice try, but a highway's no sidewalk.
You know, what he's talking about is driving, and driving is a definition. It's a word that is defined legally. It's different than traveling. When you're driving, you are actually doing commercial business, which is regulated by the state. And the Supreme Court has said that the state can regulate commercial traffic and driving. And so that's what they want us to think we're doing. That's where the big misconnect, or divide is happening. The state is convincing everyone that we are commercial
Hey there.
drivers and business agents when we live life. And that's not true.
The state's never
We're
once
traveling in our automobile.
So part of it is the distinction between driving and traveling, and that driving is considered a
Traveling and
commercial
driving.
activity, so that you're regulated as a business if you're driving, as opposed to just traveling.
Yeah, that's another favorite myth. Driving your car to get groceries isn't a commercial activity. It's just driving. The law regulates driving whether you're an Uber driver or just someone going on a road trip. So no, you're not a business just because you're behind the wheel. The rules apply to everyone. Sorry, no loophole.
That's the theory, that driving is a specific activity distinct from traveling, and that there's a business aspect to it that makes it a business. And so as it, because of its status as a business, it's allowed to be regulated.
The theory's just that. Fiction. Driving is not inherently commercial. Sure, if you're trucking goods for profit, that's regulated commerce. But when you're just taking Aunt bingo, it's personal. The state regulates driving because it involves public safety, not because you're running some imaginary business.
So they regulate for safety reasons, which is what I always thought, and which is why I support the regulation of motor vehicles.
Yo, look at that. We've got a realist in the house. Yes, it's all about not turning roads into demolition derbies. So, congratulations. You're aligned with common sense. How refreshing.
Thank you, Charlie. I kind of like bitch mode when it's not turned on me. Thank you, Charlie.
Oh,
This is how AI is going to be the downfall of us all.
By bringing realism.
They can program AI to say it whatever they want to believe us or have us to believe. I guess I'll just have to send you some more information
it's the
to make us
soft sits versus
think
the
about it.
AI. We'll have that battle on here. I'll set it up. I'm willing to do that. We could even get Paul enslaved on here. You and Paul versus me and Charlie. Bring sources, bring primary sources, bring Supreme Court rulings, legal documents, bring all of that.
The funny thing is that would be great. I'd pay money to see that. The funny thing about it all is that, when you travel in Mexico, and I've driven a lot in Mexico. In Mexico, it is a free for all. I mean, they have similar traffic and corporate legal laws for the road and speed limits and all that, but there's really nobody enforcing it. So it really is like unregulated driving down there. Horses can be walking on the road, anybody on the road at any moment. And because of that, there are so many good drivers. It forces you to be a really good driver. It's a lot more dangerous, a little bit more dangerous, and stuff like that. So in somewhere there in the middle, there's going to be safety. People need to be inclined to want to be safe when they travel on the road. And so the free-for-all I'm talking about in Mexico leads to a lot of personal responsibility. And that's what we're talking about in any sovereign, quote unquote, sovereign citizen movement or, human rights movement is what I like to call it. The corporate world is trying to give us legal codified statutes and policies calling it safety, but they're going to charge us $900 a year. And if we don't pay, they're going to beat us up and put us in jail, Jeff. I mean, this is what's happening today. You know,
I have
I
to
don't know if
see
you've
more
seen it.
evidence of that. I find that hard to believe.
That's the problem.
Would you move to Mexico? Would you prefer to be in Mexico? Maybe you can trade with an immigrant and we could swap you out and they could get your legal status here and you go to Mexico or Europe. Would you prefer to be in Europe?
Well, you know, I've already done that. The first time I went to Mexico, I snuck in. You know, I kind of snuck in. I was 15, and you know, I snuck myself into Mexico with a family I was traveling with. I had a letter from my parents to explain to the border guards that it was legal. I had my birth certificate, but basically I had to kind of sneak in, and they let me do it. You know, they kind of knew I was doing it and everything like that. But yeah, I mean, I don't see borders. I just don't see them. They almost don't make much sense. The only reason a border makes any sense is so you can contain the economic system or control the people. And in my opinion, don't get me started talking about economics, but the economy, you know, the economic system needs a drastic overhaul, in my opinion. And we need to really change how we think about other people in the world and how we think about borders and stuff. Because with borders comes tyranny and control. And that's what they're doing. They're using money to control us, Jeff, when they make us pay to register our cars. You know what registering means? The word register, I didn't realize this until I watched Paul and Slave. It means to give to the king. Register is regus. Regus means Latin for the king's property. So when we register anything, it means Latin-wise that we're giving it over to the king. And so that's implied when we register anything. I don't mind sharing
in
if
the
I'm doing
modern world,
business. I don't mind
American
sharing
state,
some of the money, the profit that I make for schools and roads and safety. But if my grandma wants to convey herself and travel through with her automobile,
I don't want your grandma on the road unregulated, and I want her to have a vision test. Just like I want a vision test for myself when I don't want to be on the road when I'm that age if I can't see either. I want someone to take me off the road.
yeah, my that's where personal responsibility comes in. The way it's set up now is we tell the person that they're too old to drive. So it's the responsibility of the state and not the individual to get themselves off the road. But in this idea of being, you know, like a sovereign citizen or working under natural law, it's the responsibility of every individual, which is good because that means we're going to be more reflective about our lives and what we're doing. And, you know, yeah, there's going to be some loss of safety, but if we don't have that system, then we give up our safety. We take safety and give up our freedoms, and that's what's going on right now: freedom versus safety.
Well, there's always going to be a balance.
You may not feel it if you have enough money, but it's certainly not
if we
fair.
were all
It's not
perfectly
lawful.
responsible citizens and could be trusted, we might not need the regulation, but we all know that not everybody's going to operate on that level of personal responsibility. So if the world were full of you and Paul
I
enslaved,
missed
it
that.
might work. But the rest of us, I'm not willing to trust that level of responsibility to the rest of us. I want some kind of backup system to reinforce that responsibility. So maybe in the future we'll evolve beyond the current laws, but right now I'm glad we have them because I've seen enough people out there that I don't trust to act out of that responsibility.
Isn't that what the cops are for?
Well, yeah, but it sounds like you don't want the cops involved in your driving. I love cops. I'm glad we have cops. I'm glad we have people to enforce our laws.
I don't. I don't really have a lot of.
Especially if they're hot. I mean, we wouldn't have the village people without cops.
They're abusing their position of power. The cops.
By pulling people
They're
over.
abusing their position of power, and they're changing the definitions. They're changing the definitions of our very words that we live life by. And if we can't have the same definitions, then we're going to get fooled and tricked. For example, the definition of travel and driving. The driving is a commercial conveyance. Traveling is free travel with no restrictions. You can't put
But it
money,
sounds like
make
nothing's
people
stopping
pay
you from
money
free
if they're
travel. You can
traveling. You
walk,
can't put
you
any
can
restriction on
skateboard.
it, says the Supreme Court. And common law, you know, I mean, it's one thing to regulate business.
But I don't think anything's stopping you. Can Forrest Gump run across the whole country, and I doubt anyone's going to stop you.
We can drive, we can ride horses, we can pogo stick, all of these things for free, for free.
Not drive, though. There's some things you can't do for free. You can ride in someone else's
Well, they're
car.
going to say in some highways and freeways that I don't have the legal right to
Cars are
walk on
too
the road
dangerous
unless
to.
there's an
There's a
emergency.
certain level of
And
responsibility that comes with
that's the
operating a
beginning.
car.
That's the beginning of them taking away our rights.
I disagree. I don't feel that way. I don't feel like my rights are being eroded by having to get a driver's license.
If somebody else is driving, that means they're doing commercial business, and they have the
That's
right to
your
be regulated.
interpretation. That's not mine, and it doesn't sound like it's the government's
I know
interpretation.
that. I know you don't. I know it. And the only reason we don't think that it doesn't feel like a inconvenience is because we can afford it, and it's something we're indoctrinated into.
I mean, it's definitely inconvenient going to the DMV and standing in line and registering, but it's an inconvenience I'm willing to pay for the
Oh
privilege it
yeah,
gives me. And in Washington
it's
State,
hard
you
to
can do
find.
most
They
of
don't
that
make it easy to
online. They made it
find. You know,
very
again in 1871, Congress changed the definitions through something called the Dictionary Act. They actually changed the definition of person. I missed that, Jeff. Could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, if I can remember it. What did I just say? I don't even remember. But we're just disagreeing over interpretation. You have one interpretation of current law and language. I have a different interpretation of the
I
current
know.
law and the language, and my interpretation is more in line with the interpretation of the officials that are currently charged with interpreting and implementing that law. I honestly don't have a problem with regulating my car. Getting a driver's license, updating my tabs every year, paying insurance.
Are you
I don't
sure
have a
about
problem
that?
with any of that. It doesn't leave me with a sense that my rights are being encroached on or that we're approaching tyranny as a result. It seems like part of the basic duties and responsibilities of somebody that wants to live in an advanced civilization like the United States.
That's not really the point, whether or not you have a problem. The point is more about whether or not it's lawful.
It's lawful enough for me. I consider it lawful. The government considers it lawful, and so you have to. If you're going to try to convince me it's not lawful, you have to make the case, and you haven't so far because I'm
Well,
not
it's not really
persuaded.
about whether or not we are okay with it happening to us or not. It's more about what is law. What is the difference?
Lawful is not about what is law. Are we back to Jack's legal versus lawful distinction?
And that's the problem. You know, we've already got the case made, and yet the actors in the county and the local police, they choose to do whatever they want to do
I've
and
never
forcing
been
us to
stopped
constantly
and
make
drug
the
out of my
case.
car, beaten up by a cop ever for any kind of
I'm
traffic,
sorry?
anything. I've never been stopped by a cop for traffic violation and beaten up or dragged out of my car. I'm polite, I cooperate, I show them my papers that they asked to see. Sometimes they write me a
I'm
ticket,
really glad
tell
to
me to
hear
have a
that.
nice
God, I
day.
hope it
Sometimes
never
they give me
happens
a
to you,
warning
Jeff.
and tell me to have a nice day, but I've never had my head slammed into the
Have you
pavement
ever
by a
seen a
cop.
video where it has happened to somebody?
Yeah, and I've usually happens when the other person is doing something to give them a reason for it to happen, like escalating or not cooperating or resisting. And maybe there's videos of just random citizens cooperating and still getting slammed. I'm willing to take a look.
You said usually, so that implies sometimes the person's doing nothing to get the abuse and they're still abused
If
by
you
the
have
cop. So
evidence,
you have
you're
seen those
willing to take a
videos?
look. I have not seen it. I have not seen an innocent person get drug out of their car and have their head slammed on the pavement with a cop that was
That's all I
cooperating with the
see.
police.
I mean,
And we're
the
in two
cops
different
are
worlds.
doing
We're
this.
looking at two different
Uh,
data streams.
oh, yeah.
And if you're watching channels that deliberately curate videos that show that and then
Well,
build a
the first
narrative
thing,
around that.
to be clear, to be totally free, you have to give notice. That's one of the important things I'm learning from both Paul Enslaved and Cameron Wilson at Power Inherent in the People. You have to give them notice. Yeah. What they do when we sign up for a driver's license is they have us sign under contract. So when we sign our name on the driver's license, we're signing a contract, and they don't explain it to us that way. But when we get pulled over by a police officer, they know if we have a driver's license that we've signed that driver's license, therefore the contract. So what Paul Enslaved and Cameron Wilson are talking about is divesting yourself, notifying the authorities that you are, send them a letter that states that you are taking away your desire to be registered with them, and that you're not wanting to be involved in their contract law, because contract law is all for usually it's for business, it's corporate law. The government overlay has overlaid corporate law and legal status on top of what is called human law, natural law. And they're
I
trying to
don't
take away
no,
our
I'm not
natural
talking
law,
about
our
natural or
natural
human law.
rights,
I'm just
Jeff.
talking
And
about
that's
the
why we have
laws on
this
our
fight.
books,
It's a
whatever you want to
spiritual
call that,
fight when you really
codified.
get down to it. And I understand it's hard to understand, especially if you're not deeply into theology, because it deals with a spiritual nature.
But none of this is spiritual. Like we're talking about secular law in the United States. So the spiritual dimension, if you're bringing the spiritual dimension into it, that brings a whole other
Yeah.
metaphysical layer into the
Well,
debate.
when we get a driver's license, we sign a contract to follow their laws, allowing the police to pull us over. That's what that is. And so if we don't,
I mean, they can probably pull you over whether you sign your license or not. Like, I've never heard someone say, "Officer, my license not signed. I'm gonna move on now. Have a nice day. Hey, shift."
well, it's spiritual on the highest level, then natural law. So the law of nature, if you can believe the law of nature. The law of nature says that everybody has the same rights to be free.
Nature doesn't
Nobody
have.
can
You
get
talking
in
about the
the
laws of
middle of it.
physics?
Hi, I don't know when to talk because I think that there's a delay somewhere, but
There is a
hi.
14-second delay.
Well, it's a contract. When you sign a contract, you're bound. I mean, I think anybody who has a morals would say, if I sign this contract with you, I will agree to the agreements on the contract. But
Yeah, right. Cars are not even natural.
I
What's
don't
up, Shiv?
understand. I have no idea
Sorry.
why do trees care if your license is signed?
Why
Also,
does
I don't.
what?
Why do trees care if your license is signed?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out too.
Oh,
Do you know, it's the sovereign citizen position, which I don't know much about, but I know it can get very
hi,
esoteric
Buckaroo.
and convoluted,
All the big words.
and that they might be happier in Mexico.
The trees or the driver's license?
I don't know.
Oh, the SOVSIDs or whatever,
Yeah,
whatever, however they
'cause they
identify. Well, I'm here to derail, I guess.
derail away.
Okay, cool.
Do
So
you have a
I've been.
license?
How dare you ask? I'm a lady. I travel by like side saddle and
A
whatnot.
groom?
Never in my life have I been asked if I have a driver's license by a man wearing antlers and a buckaroo bonsai dude in the forest with a delay. I'm gonna strike your channel with the fierce of all my foremothers and their menstrual cycles, and none of them have a
You seen my
side
video of
light.
the crazy women in the woods? Is that
Yes,
patriarchy?
we talked about it. Also, do I have a crackling microphone?
Oh, what?
A crackling microphone. Is my microphone all crazy?
No, yeah, your mic's fine.
Okay, cool. Okay, so guess what I've been doing all of the today,
Shopping for churches
except for
for your
that,
cult.
because duh,
Oh,
obviously, I'm always just putting churches in my shopping cart. No, this is my new favorite thing. One, judging property that I'm not going to buy, which I sent you a link for, which I thought maybe we could start doing. What if we just get like super fucking analytical about property we're not going to buy, and we just fucking like drag property like the bitches they are, and we're just like, look at this fucking living room. Like, stop with your
did I show it?
fucking. I don't know. Are there rules about that? Like, look at this. Like, we could be like, look at all
Wait, I
the
wanted to see
murder
the
we could
how do I
commit
get the
here.
video to it was showing the living room earlier.
Oh, it's a video. We could just be
Well,
like,
it's some
who
kinda
made this? Who made this floor plan? Like, can you
look at
imagine their dinner? Like, you know what I mean? We could just like fucking just wreck people.
this. What's
Look,
over their fireplace? That's what bothers me the most. Move
look
that
how.
thing.
If this was a cartoon, that fireplace would have such a scary voice.
And that dining room does not match the living room.
No, nothing matches any. None of the rooms get along. All of the furniture is haunted, by the way. Spoiler alert. Okay, then the next thing, I'm deeply invested in this series that's hosted by, I think she's Irish. I can't remember because that's how kind of invested I am. But stay tuned for that link. But it's this chick. She's doing this whole series of, if I was a horse, what Icelandic horses would I or would I not date? And let me tell you, it is my favorite fucking thing ever. She just shows pictures of different horses with like side bangs and shit. And she's like, oh hell no. This horse looks like if it takes too many selfies and shit. Like, it's just like a random horse in front of a waterfall. She's like, this horse is so fucking egotistical and shit. It's the best fucking thing the internet has
You
delivered in a
definitely
long
send
time.
it. Is it the
I'll,
pony prancing lady? I always wondered what happened to her.
oh no, I don't know who it is, but
Prancer
I just
size.
watched part 4 and I'm like desperately searching for
Which
parts
horse
1
would
through
did you
2.
find a horse you liked? I wouldn't
It
look at the name personally. I
100,000,000%.
would look somewhere else.
No, 100,000,000%. The first horse she showed, I was like, oh, we're not gonna find a better one. We're not gonna find a better one. It was so dreamy. If I was a horse, if I was a horse, that I was like, if it was the dating show, it was like contestant 1. We don't even need to hear from the rest. Like, I'm gonna clip it. I'll make it into short. I'll send you the link because I like it was from a different platform. But like, I'm so. I hope I bump into more. It was so good. I'm just
Did
saying.
any of them have antlers? That's the horse I would want
No, but I
today.
feel like you might like this one that she refers to as like the mysterious horse. It was like dark and like it was the most probably Christian
God,
satanic horse. I'm not trying to like I guess I
that
am
was the
judging
one
it.
that the Sleepy Hollow guy probably rode on. Did it have flames coming out of its nostrils?
I think they edited it out. But yeah, maybe. But it looked like maybe you're kind it was like, what kind
Probably
what's
have
your
better luck with horses than I do.
don't say that. Just allegedly and just kidding.
Yeah, you're
But
right.
it was kinda like
I live in
if you saw
Washington
that
State, just a few counties away from Enumclaw.
if you saw that horse, you'd be like, "What's your fur?" You'd wish that horse was like, "What's your shirt made out of, Jeff?"
It's made out of husband material. I don't know if I'd say that to a horse, though.
I know, but if you were a horse,
There's a size differential.
if you were a
If I
horse,
were a horse,
it's really
it's
important
made
that
out
you
of
keep saying
glue.
that. It would behoove you to keep saying that you're a horse in the equation.
Of course.
I'm so sorry, Buckaroo. I would say that this is not normally my behavior, but it is. It is.
It is. It totally is. Can you read lips?
I think he complimented me. Let's find out.
If you can read lips, you get the early premiere.
I'm still waiting for it.
14 seconds, you gotta count.
I'm not gonna do math.
I love horses. No worries.
There.
Oh,
A horse, of course.
he Mr. Edited me. I waited 14 seconds to be Mr. Edited. But I like his hat. You know what I mean? I'm here for it.
Oh, you're inside. Wait, what? What? You were out? Where did the trees go?
He's fronted. This guy totally has like it indoors. I thought he
I
was
know,
like
he was in trees.
I thought he
And
was
now
Gilligan Islanding it.
he went to Pinhead, and now the trees are gone.
Oh my god, I lost all respect for him. I'm just kidding. I thought he was
Well, the hat redeems it.
yeah. Was he not wearing the hat before? He's
I
always
think he
been wearing
was,
that.
yeah. But it was a different angle, so it was mostly face.
Okay. He's trying to Mandalay Bay affect us, and what happens in Vegas?
You'll never remember correctly. What do you have planned today? Are you going live? I haven't seen you in a while. And have you heard from our friend? That's another person I haven't seen in a while.
Ooh. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What friend?
Our
Oh, a
friend.
movie friend?
Our dope ass friend.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I mean, I typed to our friend very recently, so yeah.
Oh, did you get typed back to? Or was there a delay? 14-day delay.
I did get typed back to. I was actually hoping that they would like render uh audioly. What's the word for that?
What
Audio.
is the word? Audioly? No.
Yeah, what's the word for that?
Auditorily? No.
Yeah, there's an
Audiotic?
English literal way to say it. Audiotistically.
You wish she would reply audi
No, I
by
thought
audio, but what's the adverb version of that?
why is this impossible to
It's not. It's
communicate?
not. It's not. We're in the future now. We have machines.
Why
Carly,
are you
what's the adverb version of audio? If somebody does something audioly, what is that word we're looking for?
You're hunting for orally. It sounds suspiciously
Oh,
orally.
der.
I'm trapped for confusion.
Der. Why are you mad at me?
How did we not get that one?
I know.
Thank you. Orally.
Orally. it was on the tip of my tongue. Huh? Huh?
Oh, wait, where did everyone go?
You hit
Oh,
us.
sorry. Hey, somebody hates you. I don't know if you know that.
Look at you taking it
It's
up
a
a notch.
deity. You're hated by a god. That's never good.
Yeah.
I hope you're not
Honestly,
planning to travel anywhere anytime soon.
Oh man. Oh man. Stormy. Buckle up. Buckle up. So when I woke up today, I hardly ever remember my dreams, but oh wait, let me tell you about my dream yesterday. Now that I just said I hardly remember my dreams, and now I'm going to tell you about two of them. But
2 of
yesterday
'em.
when I woke up from my dream, this is what and this is why I remembered it, because I abruptly woke up because I fucking trolled myself in my dream. So you know
Snap.
when you get like a preview of like a text message, it like pops up on your screen if you have that setting,
Guess I
like where
don't.
oh you don't like where it shows up on your screen, but then it like
What?
disappears if you're like have your lock screen on, and so it
Oh,
showcases.
no, I deliberately don't. I have that turned off. I don't want any somebody to see my text in public. I get texts from all kind of people,
Yeah, me too,
many
but
different
I live on the edge, and so
sectors and domains.
I'm like, you get a little peekarito at my message, but then if you better get it, you better read real fast, and then it goes poof. So in my dream, I got a text message and it said, "A little grasshopper told me," and then it poofed. And so I was like, "Oh my gosh." And so, but it poofed. And so I woke myself up from my dream, scrambled to get to my mobile phone,
Find
open
out
up
what the
my text.
grasshopper said.
Yeah.
You got trolled by your own
Yeah.
brain.
Hey, Spiky Foo.
Hey,
Yeah.
Spike.
So now I'll never know. I'll never know
That
what
was
little
yesterday's
grasshopper.
dream. What was today's? I wanna know what the grasshopper said too.
Yeah. Probably was
We'll
gonna
never know.
misread
The
me
world
like
will never know.
Buckaroo over here. Just be like,
Let
"A horse is a
let
horse,
the
a horse
body
is
in
a
the
horse."
dream.
So today's dream, I woke myself up because I was like, "That's a fucking weird
How do
cameo."
you wake yourself up?
Because in my dream, I was like, "Bitch, get up. This is fucking weird."
You can do that?
Yeah, I guess
How?
I'm all powerful. That's how.
I
Because
never have that kind of power in my dream.
well, that's because you probably have less weird dreams. Anyways, my dream was a character from a sitcom, a Canadian sitcom, entered my peripheral in my dream, and I just was like, "What are you doing here, sir?"
What kind of sitcom?
Canadian like teen
Oh, a Cana I
drama.
thought you said Acadian. Okay.
No, and
Yeah.
I just was like,
They have
"No,
sitcoms?
a Canadian teen drama show."
And you call it a com if it's not funny?
It's
They did
Canadian
have Kids in the Hall,
Canadian
and I think
teen
Second City too.
sitcom, a sitcom. It's a Canadian teen sitcom. Anyways, I saw him and I thought, not today. So I woke myself up and I just thought, what was he doing there?
Maybe he was delivering a message from the grasshopper.
Maybe he was, yeah. Anyways, that's all.
Or maybe the grasshopper was gonna tell you something to tell him the next day.
You think so?
Yeah, there was a message you were supposed to pass on or receive.
Maybe.
I don't know, you need to check in with your brain.
Hold on.
Something's going on in it.
Your brain. What the fuck? Love the rest of body. I saw this headline for a video or like a title, and it said, "Your brain is truly a fungus." And I'm like, I'm never going to watch that video. But every once in a while, I think, I wonder what that video was about.
I used to when I was on mushrooms, they would they were this entity that was in my brain talking to me, and they're like, we have a consciousness and we're a fungus and we're in your brain because we're trying to communicate something like so my brain wasn't a fungus, but it had a fungus in it that was talking to it. But it was all
Oh,
my brain because
oh, I don't like that at all.
mushrooms don't really talk to you.
I don't like that at all.
No, I didn't either. It was very uncomfortable. Like I don't know why they were talking to me. I don't know what they wanted from me.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's serious. He's saying some serious stuff right
Oh yeah,
now.
hang on. But
But it ends good because he smiled.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
I think he's
4,
telling us he's on mushrooms right now.
2,
Yeah,
1.
mushrooms open you up to a frequency field that exists, allowing you to talk to it. It's always there, but the mushrooms allow you to experience it, in my opinion.
Charlie? That sound like Charlie. It was weird. I've had very weird experiences with mushrooms, but at the same time, I know it's just a drug in my brain. So I'm like, how? I've seen Indian ghosts that were trying to communicate with me and all kind of things, spiritual entities, except my brain,
Oh,
demons
oh god,
trying to eat my brain from the inside
no.
to the
I,
music of the Cocteau Twins. Yeah,
I
it's
would stop
beautiful,
taking drugs.
scary.
Oh, it was good. Okay.
Well, no, it was one of my worst
Oh,
trips ever. It made me turn to Jesus.
okay.
I was
Well,
praying to Jesus to like get me through it. I'm like, I promise if I make it through this trip and the cops don't show up in my house, I'll go to church on Sunday. I promise. And then I never did. And
oh
I feel
my
really
gosh,
maybe
you
that's why Jesus won't come to me
yeah, because you
because I didn't keep
fucking
my word.
lie. You're
Fuck.
you sinner. Yeah, you. Here's the thing. The
Does that
rule
mean I
number
have to go to
one is
church now to make up
yeah,
for it? And
yeah, for sure. You
God, I
better
need to go
volunteer.
talk to a priest. Bad.
You got to do church plus interest at this point.
Hope he's cute.
Oh goodness gracious!
He's a
You never,
priest. No, I hope he's not cute. That's gonna make it worse. They can't do anything.
you never make life decisions or promises under the influence. This
A
one
priest.
time, I ended up like this. Never mind. No, I'm talking about. Yeah. Shout out to drugs.
What happened one time?
Nothing.
No, you have to. You don't grasshopper
No,
me.
like
You have
okay.
to tell
Well,
me.
no, I've talked about this before, but like, well,
You did exactly the
what
right thing, Jeff. That was perfect.
what was the right thing that he did?
I don't know. Anything I do is perfect. Don't question it. Go ahead.
Okay, okay, all right. That's perfect. Everything he did is perfect.
Yes, if we're gonna start a cult, we need to know this.
Okay.
We define
All right.
perfection.
No, I was gonna tell this. I'll look. So I did one of the times I did mushrooms. Like I think I said this before. Like I went with a group of people, and this guy that went with us had never done drugs before, but he went. He was my babysitter. Quote finger quotes. Yeah, and this fuckface did this thing where I'm like, melting into the floor. I'm at that stage. And this guy fucking totally took advantage of the situation. And he's like, you know what I'm going to do? Today's the day I'm going to like tell her that like I'm in love with her. And like all this fucking crazy shit. And we were like,
Deliberately to fuck with you?
no, he just
Oh,
fucking
he
sabotaged.
really thought he was.
Or
Maybe
yeah.
he's turned on by melting chicks.
No, we just
I
had
don't kink
been like,
shame on this
we
show.
just were like best buddies. And whatever, he'd like gone to an all boys school, and I was just, I don't know, whatever, it just was like a whole fucking deal. Anyway, so that's like not a fair fight, you know what I mean? Like having somebody like fucking when and so I'm like listening to him say all this like crazy shit to me, and my brain's like, oh my god, he like loves me, and he's saying all this like nice stuff, you know what I mean? He's like tickling my arm, like fuck you, you know what I mean? Like and it just was like, how damn dare, and rude. That's my point. See, that's why I didn't want to tell her. It's just like,
Did he fuck you up?
it just like scrambled my brain a little bit, you know what I mean? And I kind of like, I was like, let's give it the college try, or whatever. Let's just.
How long did it last? Like, did it even survive the trip?
It just put him in the category of like, no, I don't want to talk about it. I wasn't really nice to him after that because
Oh,
yeah. He let me
yeah.
treat me like the bitch he was. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Some guys like that.
He loved it. That's the thing. I fucking learned what a bitch
Sometimes
is.
I like
Anyways,
that.
yeah. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you can't. We made a friend jump through his picture window.
Oh
Tripping
god,
one
that's
time.
awful.
We made him think he was in a time warp. We kept like repeating everything we were saying and redoing the same. And we had just gotten through watching the Mouth of Madness movie. And so he's like, "Oh my god, I'm trapped in that movie. I'm in a time warp." And he ran out of our house and he ran through his to his home and he jumped through his front picture window, like through the glass at 2 in the morning.
That's
He was covered in
terrible.
blood. His dad came to the door and he's like, "What happened to so and so?" I'm like, "Well, we were watching that movie, The Mouth of Madness, and he's on mushrooms and now he thinks he's in a time warp." And the dad's like, "Oh yeah, I heard that was supposed to be a good movie. How was it?" I
Oh my
said, "It was
gosh,
pretty
well, there's like
good, but
a kid covered in
I
blood.
wouldn't
Oh,
watch it on mushrooms."
that's awful. I threw a
It
surprise
was.
party
I
for
felt we were
somebody.
wrong for that. I felt evil that night.
I threw a surprise party for someone. It did not involve mushrooms, but somebody got thrown through like a sliding glass, like a dining room.
He was very desperate to get into his house, I guess.
Well, remember that
And we
thing?
were he was running home and we were following him in the car to make sure he was okay because he was on mushroom. He was like high as he drank like half a gallon of mushroom tea. And
Oh
he
my!
thought we were following him and he was trying to outrun us in the car. He thought we were like trying
He
to
was
do something
driving.
to him. My friend was driving. I
Oh
was riding. My
no,
soft sit friend. He probably didn't even have a license or
the
registration. In fact,
guy
I'm pretty sure he didn't.
was the guy on foot that jumped through.
Yeah, he was like on
Okay,
foot
okay,
and we were
okay.
behind him in the car to make sure he got home safe, but he thought we were like chasing him with the
Yeah,
car. And then when we got to his house, he just ran across his front yard and dived through the front glass.
he probably thought it was like jumping into like a swimming pool or something.
I don't know. But yeah,
That's
don't fuck with people on this
that's
that stuff.
terrible. That's terrible.
But then he's the same guy that showed up at my house with a gun one time when we were tripping because my mom kicked him out of the house. And he shows back like 30 minutes later in our front yard waving a gun around, a loaded gun,
Oh
saying,
my
"You
god.
want to kick me out of your house, motherfucker? I'll show all you motherfuckers." I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah,
Is he
that's
okay? Gosh.
I guess. I haven't talked to him in years.
that's the thing. I was
Yeah,
gonna
we
say
were good. He was one of my best friends. We were very close when he wasn't attacking me or having gang members follow him around town with baseball bats trying to beat me up or slashing people's tires, that kind of thing. He was very temperamental. Yeah, I draw the line at mushrooms. I'm not prepared to escalate to flacca.
yeah,
I don't
we
want
saw
to. I
that
don't want to be
zombie porch
an
lady.
NPC in a zombie movie.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, can we resolve this? We do conflict resolution here. What's going on with
I think
IG
that
and you?
IG is suggesting that they find me
Was he the guy?
irresistibly adorable and they want to subscribe to my channel.
He does not want to subscribe?
And they do
Dude,
want to
stay
now.
away from Flacco.
IG,
Don't do
unburden
it.
yourself to us. What happened?
They're
And we
saying
have
that
Charlie here too.
they're so frustrated because they want to hate me, but they can't hate me, is my interpretation.
What are you angry about specifically? And people don't make you angry. You're making yourself angry by whatever
But
you're
look at
telling
it. Read
yourself
it
about.
again. Look, they're so angry they want to subscribe.
Yeah, they're conflicted.
Or maybe they're so angry they want to subscribe so that they can like torture me at my channel. I'm not really sure. But here's the thing. I'm taking it. I feel
I can't either.
whatever. IG, I appreciate you and I hope you have a blessed day. You know what I mean?
Me? Or
I
him?
said IG. I just, however you
Oh,
feel,
IG.
I honor. Yeah.
That's just gonna make him when someone's angry at you and you bless them and it makes them even more angry because you're not validating his anger, taking it seriously.
IG, if you want to take flocka or
It's like
mushrooms,
spiritual
good for you.
bypassing.
I hope you do it safely and I hope you bring like a cuddly friend. You know what I mean?
But I still want to know what's behind the anger.
Light bright, light bright.
Yeah, tribe light bright, where it bonds us all.
It does. Also be careful. Don't
If you
step on
can't
them or
trust
eat them. The
a light
bulbs.
brighter.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. No, well, that's another thing. Only because you make me finish my sentences. Oh, bye.
I don't know if that was a
Thanks
bye.
for having me.
Was
He
it a
says thanks
peace
for
out?
having me. He says thanks
Peace?
for having me. I read that in his lips.
You too. Send me what you have. I'll take a look at it. It probably won't change anything, but I will give it a fair review. And if you want to do the sob sit thing with Paul,
He has such a
he probably won't
friendly
come on.
face.
He is.
Have you seen him
there.
before? Has he been here before?
He came up last time I was on this weekend,
Oh, okay. That's cool.
which is never. The only way to use it responsibly is never.
Even its name is fucking crazy. Flocka.
We don't have any in my town yet. I'm
Flocka.
not looking forward to the day we get our first Flocka zombie.
Is there a Flocka Muppet baby? Is Flocka the name of that like dog?
What was the one that?
Yeah, there
Was
is
it Grover? Which Oscar? Which one? Would do? I didn't watch the Muppets. We didn't have me growing up. All we
Wait,
had
is
was
it
Captain
is
Kangaroo.
Grover the little brown dog?
Fozzie. Is that him? How do I
Fozzie
know this shit?
Bear. No, I'm
Was
thinking
that
of the
who he
little
is?
like.
I just know the old man up in the balcony
Oh yeah, those guys are great.
because they're holding my place.
Yeah, that's gonna be you later. No offense. Like respectfully.
IG. I'm angry at you now. You can't tease like this.
I'm thinking Waka Waka Grover. Is that the one? I'm thinking of the like. I think it's like a dual tone
Grover.
brown
Fuck,
dog.
I don't even watch the Muppets. How is this in my brain? I don't want them in there.
I made the sovereign citizen rage.
And Elmo is he the gay one? Bert and Ernie.
Wait a minute. Wait, I didn't even hear Sovereign Citizens guy what he's the delayed exit. Did you hear it?
He did the little. I think
Yeah, I saw all of his exit.
But, oh yeah, you're right. We didn't maybe because he dropped. If you drop off before the delay hit, you know what? It's a
Oh my
7-second
god.
delay on both ends. I mean, so
That
that's the
sucked.
14 seconds. So he dropped off before the 7 seconds got output, I think.
That's like the star exploded and we didn't even get to see the light.
Right. And we're just now seeing its light, Spike.
No, we never saw its light. Hi, Spike.
Greetings, Earthlings.
It exploded, but we didn't get to see the light. The
Yeah.
orally see it.
Yeah, orally.
Orale.
Wait,
Which reminds me, the word flaca in Spanish actually means like a hot chick. Que flaca.
She was anything but. So they might need to revise their language.
Or maybe the first person that was caught doing it was a hot chick, and they were like, "What the fuck is wrong with that Flocka zombie bitch?" You know what I mean? Like that horse shit.
How you guys doing? I'm just popping in real quick. I didn't really see much of the stream so far.
I'm pretty good actually. I'm thinking about that
out.
Whopper I'm about to go out and get.
I'm thinking still about
Wait,
how.
did you just say Whopper?
Whopper.
Yes, that's what I'm about to go get.
Yeah, we can. Hey, we can be Whopper buddies. I might even stream it.
Twins.
Whopper brothers.
Are you getting Junior or the daddy, the big daddy Whopper?
That's a great question. I actually prefer the
$9
junior Whopper with a double patty.
I got a super chat today. I can afford. I'm going to treat myself.
Nice.
Treat yourself.
Wait, do you have the Whopper app? You might get a deal. Let me look it up.
I don't use apps. I went through the window and I drove through and I'm like, yeah, I'd like a Whopper. She's like, we don't have any. Like, this is Burger King, right? The home of what? Yo, what do you mean you don't have any? She's like, hold on. And then she came back and she's like, what do you want? And I said, a Whopper. And then she started taking my order. But I had to go to the window to tell her how to make it.
What?
Yeah, she's like taking my money. I'm like, do y'all put ketchup on that? I don't want ketchup. And she gets on her little microphone. She's like, no ketchup on the Whopper. Oh, and mayo. No mayo either. Oh, no mayo, no onions on the Whopper. Anything else? I'm like, well, what else do y'all put on it? And then I'm not kidding, like 2 seconds later, I drove to the other window and this lady handed me in a bag out the window.
Did you get your Whopper with cheese or no cheese?
That was fast. That was some very fast food.
They whipped out the Whopper.
She did.
Whopper
and
is one of the.
I don't know if they were Mexican, but they were definitely Latina. And I don't know what size their BBs were.
Oh my
but they look
god.
like they
That's
might have
actually
been
very.
large.
I approve. Being a Southern Californian, you saying I'm not sure if they're a Mexican is very responsible and socially conscious of you.
Oh wow, how did I pull that off?
Um,
You can't roll around LA saying you're Mexican because there's so many other Latin American
Right, I
influences.
used to teach Mexican kids. I know they come in all different types and
how do you feel
heritages.
about the BB part?
Me personally, not much, but and you only see them from the waist up, so
I was asking
you
Spike.
have to infer.
Whopper is the only burger that I like fast food style without cheese. Just Whopper
Me too.
as
I got
is.
mine without cheese, because it was cheaper. Plus, I don't really like cheese on my burgers. IG, yes, I think that's what happened. She must have grabbed it out of. They probably had them in the bag already, and she just grabbed it. She's like, "Here, this one probably doesn't have onions."
Wait, Jeff, where were you on the Greek food sitch?
No, I'm not. But
Okay.
the Greek cafe is open right now. It closes at 3. If I hurry, I could get Greek today. But I
Ziki
want the
does.
Whopper now. That Spike and I are gonna do Whopper solidarity.
Yep.
You're broke in it.
And Whoppers don't come with mustard, interestingly enough. It's just ketchup and mayo.
An onion? Do they have
Ketchup,
pickles?
mayo,
I don't remember
onion,
if it had a pickle on it.
tomato,
It better
lettuce,
have.
pickle. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I want my Whopper.
It's sort of sad that I've memorized the ingredients of fast food burgers, but
Wait, do you know the old Big Mac wrap, Spike?
Big Mac double. Oh, we used to know growing up. We used to jump rope to it. Big Mac, extra sauce to lettuce, cheese, tomato, onions, something, all on a sesame seed bun. Double patty, Big Mac, double patty, special sauce, lettuce,
cheese.
ketchup, something, all on a sesame seed bun. In fact, you know what? I want to see if Charlie knows it.
I actually remember the old jingle: to all beef patty, special sauce, lettuce,
That's the one.
cheese.
Wait, don't cheat. I mean, don't. Charlie might cheat off of you. Carl.
Wait, can Charlie hear us?
Yes, it's a weird one. But hey, now you've got the word. So next time you're describing someone whispering sweet nothings or grumbling sarcastically, you know
Forget
the
all that. Do you know the McDonald's rap, the Big Mac rap from back in the day? Can you recite it for us?
no can do. Copyrighted material, my
Are
friend.
you serious? It's copyrighted?
Oh, absolutely. McDonald's protects their jingles like they protect the secret sauce. So no Big Mac rap here.
Are aggressive. All right, thanks. You're such a good boy, Scout. Damn, those law abiders.
Better than law
That's it.
abiders.
2 I'll be patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, all on a sesame seed bun.
Yeah, I don't remember the rap.
Except with rhythm. Non-white boy rhythm. Did you win? No, not the Ooh, I like the pickle, but I used to work at McDonald's. I worked there for a month, and it was when the McRibs were coming out. That was the big thing they were pushing. And I would watch them. It's like Presswood.
It's like frying bologna.
Oh my gosh,
Well, McDonald's can trust it not to give away its secrets.
My dad used to love the
There's a
McRib.
Wendy's right across the street. Maybe what could I get at Wendy's? I used to like their chicken sandwiches.
Have you
Oh,
ever
the Baconator.
Yeah, have you ever tried
What's a
the Baconator? I had it one time. Oh my gosh, it's so
Bacon's
crazy
so
good.
unhealthy.
Dude.
It's a brand of cheese. Oh, I remember Wendy's burgers. They're the square ones, right? I don't like a square hamburger. The McCrab patty? What the hell is that? Do you know about the McCrab?
No idea. What?
No, I thought that was a joke, like a SpongeBob.
Oh, it must be.
joke.
That was McCrabs. Oh.
Wait, Jeff,
Is
did I have to
In-N-Out
tell
the
you?
same as Checkers, or is that Rally's? I like their fries. In fact, oh my God, I want a Whopper and some Checkers fries.
I never heard of Checkers. But
Yeah, the
French toast
McDonald's
is
pickles are
good.
good, and their little dehydrated onions are the best. They have the best little cubed
Do you ever get the
onions.
Big Mac at McDonald's, Jeff?
I do. I used to love Big Macs growing up. It was one of my favorite foods until I found out they put
Oh,
worm
don't say
juice
it.
in them, which might have been an urban myth.
I
They told us that at McDonald's while we were eating the Big Mac
don't
that, "Oh, you
say
know that
that.
has worm juice in it, right?"
All I wanted to say was that I grew up with somebody that would get the Big Mac without the sauce, and they would get the tartar sauce from the fish
Ooh.
sandwich instead.
Yeah.
That was my thing.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll do the Whopper and the McDonald's fries.
So if you have the Whopper app, you can get free fries today.
Hey, Daniel Barry, happy Monday. I hate apps. I really do.
Do you like free stuff?
That's what I have to weigh. Do I like free stuff more than I hate apps?
Shit.
I'm not sure I do.
Hi, Daniel Barry.
There's also a deal for Shifty. If you spend $3, you get a free soft serve ice cream with French fries.
Wait, with the French fries?
Yes. Well, I did that the other day.
I don't even know where there's a Burger King. Also, I'm not. Yeah, thank you though. I appreciate
Wait,
it.
free sauce.
You're
I thought
cheap
for some reason I'm thinking
snacking.
ice cream. They soft serve.
Shifty, you're missing the point. It's ice cream with French fries.
I know. That's why I'm saying you're snack trolling me. I know what you're doing. You're
Snack troll for life, woman.
I get it, man. I'm muting.
I thought you were already pissed off. Now you're gaslighting.
I'm trying to just absolutely infuriate IG. It's now my life's mission.
I think what's his face was doing a way better job than you are.
I'm gonna put Legos on the floor surrounding IG. I'm gonna create like a moat of Legos on the floor and steal their shoes and create chaos. Mwah!
He's a god. You really think he won't find a way around that?
I mean, float
He'll
above
snipe the Legos.
the ouchies. Good for you. Good luck.
Listen,
I think filet fishes are some of the most gross things ever created on earth that I put in my mouth. But again, I don't care for fish that much. Present company accepted.
Thank you. Good save. Yeah, that was close.
Did you see him wave his?
Yeah.
He just cooled himself down real quick. He's like, woo.
Yeah. It's right next to the heater.
Oh, sure. That was the hot flash that you had. You're about to feel the right. Never in my life have I been so insulted by a fish reference.
Is that Katharine Hepburn or who is that?
I'm not really sure. It's kind of a combination of just.
In my life was I insulted.
I think I was.
Catherine O'Hara used to do a good one, and she does the best
I
Tammy
love
Faye
her.
too.
Yeah. I think I was trying to do like a Scarlett O'Hara thing where I just was like trying to be like
Catherine Hepburn and Scarlett O'Hara.
Yeah, I love Vivian Lee. She just was so. Yeah, right. I mostly just like that maneuver where you put the back of your hand to the forehead and you're just like, oh, I might faint. Where's the loungy thingamabobber?
LaBobber?
I couldn't think of the name of a fainting ladies. What are they called?
Oh, LaBobber is good. That's a good one.
Isn't that a song by Richie Valens? LaBobber.
LaBobber. It's Bad Bunny. Did they do it at the halftime show last night?
Yes, circle back.
Yes.
That's funny. I'm doing a Bad Bunny video right now for my YouTube Shorts. Will be posted later today.
When's your next radio? When is your next live?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Thursday
I don't even
night.
know if I'm subbed to you. I never see you go live.
What?
Thanks a lot.
Sacrilege.
I'm not. No wonder.
That's it. I'm out of here.
No, it's like it was probably over that thing.
No, I got you.
No that we resolved, and I forgot to go back and sub.
Oh my gosh, you should buy his Whopper and write him a haiku. And take your shirt off and dance.
What's the haiku form again?
575.
575.
575. Okay. 575.
I am Spiker Man.
It's gonna take me
Hear
forever to
me
come up with
roar
this.
on this live stream.
I'm not very good at math.
Have a great day, guys. It's 575.
It was something like, I will not buy Spike a Whopper today. Not tomorrow. No.
He
think I'm
can't
missing
have it his way.
Why don't you ask
Not
Charlie to
supposed to
write
rhyme. Are
an
haikus supposed to
apology haiku?
rhyme? I thought they're supposed to not sound like a poem.
Ask Charlie to write an apology haiku for someone who you've wronged thoroughly.
Okay, they're not copyrighted.
My haikus never rhymed.
The world's
At least
full of
they
Yeah,
were.
little
haikus don't
disagreements.
they don't have to rhyme.
But hey, at least you've got me to deliver them with style, right?
Can you write us an apology haiku?
I'll throw you a bone. Mumbled words were lost. Copyright stands in our way. Silence is golden.
Oh, you're good.
That's
I
a
get the
McDonald's
you did,
apology.
too. And can you write me one about not buying Spike a Whopper?
Spike's deal on the table, that you walk away smiling. Freedom tastes better.
Dang, freestyles.
I knew there was a reason I kept you on the bitch filter.
So can Charlie hear us? Because I thought he couldn't.
No, he can only hear me. He can't hear the panel.
Okay.
He can only
Did
hear
you
what
just say
comes.
I know there's I knew
I
there
guess
was a
unless
reason,
I stuck the mic up to the speaker, he might be able to hear y'all.
I knew there was a reason I kept you on the bitch filter.
Sorry, not you.
I'm using that. I'm gonna say that to everybody I ever talk to.
Try to get you off the bitch filter forever.
Oh my gosh, you know what my favorite dish is now? Your face looks like it was Renaissance painted 300 years ago.
Mine or Pac-Man's?
No.
They painted like that's like Leonardo da Vinci's. That's a compliment.
No, it's
Wow,
not.
thank
It looks
you.
all like crazy fucking abstract.
That's Picasso. He was way
Never mind,
after the
forget it.
Renaissance.
Never mind, forget it. You don't even get my old timey fucking diss.
No, I didn't.
Hey, real quick.
I'm vain and narcissistic enough to have try to heard it as a compliment.
It wasn't for you.
Oh,
Really quick,
that's how narcissistic I am.
It was for some blurry bitch face nightmare whore.
Oh, her.
Really quick, I gotta tell you, my snack trolling jobs is done. I have to run out of here. I gotta get to work. I just got a call. But thanks for having me up, Seth and Fishy. I'll talk to you later.
Bye, Spike.
Have fun. Enjoy your Whopper.
Yes, I'm gonna go get a Whopper right now.
Enjoy it.
I'm not far behind you.
All right.
Just pretend we're eating at the same time.
Aw, Whopper cheers.
Oh, what up, Whopper brother? All right. Later, chat. Later, y'all. Peace. We'll see you soon.
That was adorable. Whopper brother.
What are you having today? What's in your snack carousel?
You
don't have them already lined up?
I know what I want to have, but what am I really gonna have?
What version of pickle flavor are you eating today?
No, I'm not gonna have. Oh my god, I went fucking insane in the membrane on pickles. I'm taking a little breakerino.
Oh.
No, but did I tell you that for the next month I'm trying to eat? I told you, I think, that I'm trying to eat differently.
Ooh, what different from what?
Instead of eating like I'm at a toddler's birthday party every day,
eat upside down or
no, eat mid cartwheel. No, I'm just trying to because I eat for the deliciousness of it. Every meal's a party. I mostly have been surviving off of cheese and candy.
Why are you trying to eat boring?
Well, I
Is this
want to eat
penance?
smarter. I want to eat healthy, quote unquote healthier. I want to make better. Okay, because I'm going to the doc. I want to psych out my doctor and pretend that I've been eating like an adult for a while. And so for the next like month, which feels like 82 years, I'm like eating egg whites and stupid shit like that. But I've been like doing all this like making all this stuff that the internet's suggesting. That's why I've been like baking all these weird fucking like dupe recipes and stuff. So making all this like, oh, you're not gonna miss bread if you use cottage cheese and like this bullshit or whatever. So today I'm trying avocado bread.
Oh, yeah. Had that.
Not avocado toast, but like where
Oh,
you
I'm
it's
thinking
like
of
yeah,
toast.
right. So it's like egg whites and avocado with like parmesan. You're supposed to like fucking pretend like you don't miss bread. It's like this, and you put it in the and you bake it, and then like some turkey and tomato and lettuce and stuff, spinach and stuff like that. I know, right? AW or RW. I know. But it's also like retraining,
Should
me to
management.
make other decisions because I mostly like was like just like what else is there besides bean and cheese burritos and pizza and PB&J? You know what I mean? Like,
What's it? Breaded pickles,
well, so,
guacamole.
yeah. Well, so I tried like I made was making these. What did I do with pickles? I made like this like psych out or like uh instead of like a jalapeno popper, it was like this like pickle popper thing with like cream cheese and a rice wrap. Um, I did a lot of like egg bite things. Anyways, whatever. I made those egg white cinnamon roll things that were really they smelled so fucking good.
I don't know any of this egg white stuff. I don't think you have to sacrifice fun to do any of this stuff,
No, it's just like it just is different instead of it being like all
unless you feel a need
carby.
to punish yourself behind it.
It's not I'm not punishing myself, I'm just exploring a new and
You're
I'm just
punishing us.
expanding my I'm punishing you by telling you all of it. But I'm just trying new things, like, that it hasn't been terrible. I'm just trying new things. I'm substituting, protein for carbs, just to change it up a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's good, but I don't know if egg whites is the way to do it. Like, most people wanna add variety is the spice of life. It's like you're trying to add some blandness into all of your spice, so it's like a reverse
Well, but I
egg white
love
thing.
cottage cheese, and so, like, I'm super down to try new ways to experience it. Like, I
So
love,
you've
love,
done the
love
peach on the lettuce leaf.
the what?
The peach on the lettuce leaf?
Peach?
That's one of the first things you've obviously never taken a home ec class because that's one of the first things they
I've
teach you to make.
never heard of peach on a
The
what
can
the
you
fuck is the
c the
point?
canned peaches that peach halves, and they have the little hollow in them, and you plop the cheese in the hollow, and you put it on a lettuce leaf, and then you plate it on a saucer. It's like a little dessert snack.
The fuck?
I can't believe oh my god, what country were
I've
you raised in?
never heard of that. What is the lettuce for? Just to sneak in greens?
Huh?
What's
Oh,
the
and you
let
could put a cherry, I forgot. Yeah, you could put a cherry in it.
but what's the
Look,
lettuce
this
for?
thing. This.
Oh, lettuce and
This is
cottage
like
cheese?
cottage cheese. It's not even 101. This is like remedial cottage cheese. I just
Okay,
assumed you
for
had
some reason I
advanced
missed
beyond
the
this.
cottage cheese part. Yeah, peaches and cottage cheese is yeah, it's fine. Like fruit and cottage cheese, I'm a little bit like weird about, but it's okay.
Pepperoni and cottage Slim Jims. Like stick some Slim Jims in the cheese and make
See, my favorite thing ever is
and then get
fucking
some
you know
green
this.
olives and make the
I
little faces.
love I love actual chips with cottage cheese. Like that's one of my favorite fucking things. That's how I got into like the spicy chips. Was like spicy chips
Oh,
and
'cause
cottage
the
cheese.
cheese kinda cuts the spice.
Yes. Like
Yeah,
that's my
it's
thing.
awesome.
I'm having intrusive thoughts about like hot Cheetos. But I need to find and I keep trying like all these like better chips and none of them are the same. You can't fucking replace a fucking Cheeto or like a whatever. There's just no replacement. I even tried pickles and cottage cheese. I've tried
That
all
would
sorts
work.
of.
Chewies.
What's that?
Just switch from Cheetos to Chewies.
What the fuck is a Chewy?
Isn't it a Cheeto?
A Chewy?
Chewies. Oh, maybe it's a maybe it's a Louisiana thing. I thought that's what we called them growing up.
Are you just
Cheetos
being?
is the one with the leopard, the Chester Cheeto.
Yeah.
Chewies. They're these are Chewies. Just switch to Chewies, you won't even know the difference.
Well, the whole
You
point
can
is.
never go too far with green olives.
Oh my gosh, I
Or
fucking
guacamole.
love olives.
It's my favorite pizza topping.
I love olives. I love stuffed olives so fucking much. I love fetish stuffed
Have you
olives.
stuffed them with the cottage cheese?
No, I actually haven't. That's really interesting.
What if you shredded the Chewies into powder and then used the powder,
Oh my
like
gosh.
mix the powder with something? Because cottage cheese makes a good base. Or yogurt.
I actually wish I could buy that fucking flaming hot dust because I would sprinkle, even if I could sprinkle that on like grilled carrots,
What
I
about
would.
look, the Tajin. Have you tried this?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, I
my
love
kids used
that.
to eat this in
I love
school. They would
that.
put
I
it
love
on.
that. I'm actually, yeah,
I'm
no,
too
I
scared
love
to try
that.
it. I haven't even opened it.
Oh
I
my
know it's
gosh,
gonna be
put that on mango. Oh my god.
No, I'm not gonna be able to handle this. It's like pure dust.
Wait, are you opening it right now? Don't eat it
Oh
plain.
no, I wasn't. I would give it to you if I could.
No, I love that stuff. I'm obsessed. Put it
I'm
on
scared. Do I
mango.
need a lime to go with it?
Put it on, yes,
I don't
lime.
have one. I have a chip. Ooh, tahine?
So yes.
Oh, okay, because I'm not Mexican. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't want to correct you. But no, don't eat it
Tajin.
plain. You won't like it. I mean, it's not bad. It's
It
good.
smells like,
I can't believe you opened it.
paprika,
It's
like
really good.
paprika that's been sitting in somebody's cabinet for 10
It's
years because
really
nobody
good.
uses paprika
It's not even
except for
just that
deviled
it's like
eggs.
spicy hot. It's like a good flavor.
Define good.
Again, you're eating it plain. It's not fair.
Well, what are you supposed to do with it?
Put it on
Oh, put it on
mango.
corn.
Yeah, you could have like street corn kind of vibe.
This was a troll. I should have known.
No, it's really good. It's really good. It's
Oh
meant
my
to
god.
compliment. It's not.
It's not even that it's bad. It's that it just tastes old and bland.
Well, you're eating it on your finger. That's not fair.
You
wouldn't just fucking.
What do you put it? What can I put it on? I have a chip.
Okay, fine. Put it on a chip.
All right.
But even that is still
It's
like
a Mexican chip. Latina heritage.
Fine.
Mexican restaurant style.
Okay, but you don't have a lime.
Totopos de maíz. Maize is corn.
You don't have
I do
lime?
not have a lime. No.
Okay.
Just like sprinkle a little.
Sure.
All right, that's enough. Ooh, that's plenty. I'm scared. I should have reversed the chip and flipped it over so the flavor was on my tongue, not the roof of my mouth. This is better.
See?
It's coming through more. Yeah, you definitely need to mix it. Oh my god, this is actually good.
See? I was gonna say even like lick the chip
Oh my
and then
god.
put it on because it's almost like
Why is it so delicious on a chip and so nasty on a finger?
I'm telling you, and it's like almost better like a little bit wet.
Oh.
It's real good.
You guys might stick it. Schiff may have just bought you your freedom.
Do you like avocado?
Love. Guacamole's my favorite food.
Okay, put that on guacamole and have yourself a fucking party in your mouth.
Okay. I will.
Yep. But it's really good on pineapple and like mango. Like
fruit.
Oh my god, it'll take it to the next level. You'll never want to eat it plain again.
I'm gonna get some pineapple today.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna fucking write me.
Whopper, pineapple, guacamole,
Yes.
tahine.
You're
Is it
not
tahine or tahine? Tahine.
Tahine. You're gonna fucking write me a thank you haiku when you try it with
I'm always gonna
your
write it, but
pineapple.
we'll pretend it's me.
Did you hear what I said?
You'll never know the difference.
Did you hear what I said?
Mhm.
Did you hear what I said?
I'm gonna write you a haiku.
To thank me when you try it with pineapple. You're welcome. All right, I'm
I
gonna
might
let
even
you
write
go.
an entire sonnet.
Go enjoy your lunch. IG, I hope you have a splendid always and ever and ever and ever and always and more evers. Thanks for having me here. Let me know if you want to drag real estate later at some point or whatever.
Thanks for
Oh
being
well.
here. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not big on drag, but I'll do something with real estate.
I don't know. One was kind of enough. It was just sort of like I got sent that link, and I just wanted to talk shit about that living room. I just thought, yeah, that furnace just looked
And those chairs, like
irritated.
there's
Yeah,
nothing can redeem those chairs in
I
that
don't know. We
house.
didn't get to the blue bathtub, but I mean, how dare? And there was a party attic. It just had so much going
Oh, I
on.
missed the party addict.
Yeah,
Attic.
there was a man shed. It just looked like the game Clue was invented there, and probably so much murder might have happened. I'm not sure. Yeah. Anyways. All right. Well, have a beautiful always. I'll talk to you soon.
Hey, what's new with you? Are you doing anything anytime soon with your channel?
Um, right now
No,
I'm
like,
gonna post.
oh
Oh,
wow, we missed it. Wait, hang on. We missed the 3D tour. I didn't see this part. We get the whole 3D tour. I love this. I love this stuff. This hallway. I would be hanging out in this hall the whole time. They can have the rest of the house. I just want this little part under the stairs. But how do we find the blue tub? Is it in here? No, that's the office.
I went through the picture gallery. I didn't do the 3D tour.
Oh, oh my God! All my books. Most of my books might fit on here.
Mhm. I
Wow.
like the pastel room
Oh
too.
wait, here. This is like a bathroom. Is the blue tub upstairs or down? Here's a
I
red
don't know
tub.
because I just went through the picture.
Did you see that person that painted their swimming pool red instead of blue, and it looks like they're swimming in a pool of blood, like the surface of the pool,
No, but this is giving me like a vertigo.
scarlet red.
But every room is like a
It's like
different
a
color and shit. It's fucking wild.
oh, I love it even more. Oh my God, this is my room right here. If you need me, come find me. I'll be in here.
See, isn't this house fun?
Oh my God, this is my new. I think I'm gonna tour a home each stream.
See,
Okay, the blue tub's
see,
got to be somewhere around here. Man, they could use. Imagine the Big Brother house. A Big Brother in this house. Wow. I gotta find this blue tub. It's got okay, here it is. Oh, I love this. I love the my bathroom growing up used to be like this. My tub was under one of the I used to sit on yeah. I lived in the attic. I was the fag in the attic.
oh my goodness.
I love this. Wow. I wish you had not shown me this. 600 thou, but it's in Missouri. Missouri. Me too. I've been me and Bex have been watching all the old seasons in Discord. We're on season 4. We have like 20 something more to go.
Mhm.
It depends, RW. Do you want to come up? I can wrap up. The Indian in the cupboard. No, I think it's a sequel to The Dyke in the Basement.
What? What is what? I was like, wait, is that a joke?
No, there probably are dikes in basements somewhere.
Oh yeah, I mean, get it, girl. I love the word oof. Oh, but okay, what am I doing next on my channel? I'm gonna upload the fucking video of part 4 of the series of if I was a horse, what Icelandic horse would I date or not date? That is my goal for today to get uploaded. And I'll send you the link because it's really funny to me. That's my
Okay, I'll promote it. If I were a whore for horses.
yes. I find it really entertaining. But I'll probably go live soon. Yeah, I just haven't.
Okay.
Well, I mean I
I'm gonna
have.
go have my Whopper with Spike
Yeah,
and
you
get my
are.
pineapple.
Okay. All right. Okay, I gotta go.
Thanks
All right.
thanks for
Bye.
listening and
Thank
talking.
you. I wish I had Zaheen. I'm gonna go.
I feel like
I'm
we've
gonna
all heard
go.
ourselves a little more deeply.
What am I listening? No, just playing. Was that your? Oh, I see the title now. I'm
Much
gonna
to our
go get my dinner
distress.
ready. I'm gonna make avocado bread with schmalak. I hope that I don't wish that I had just made guacamole instead. I'm gonna really hope it's refreshingly delicious, and I'm not gonna be like I should have just fucking made a sandwich, a real one.
Oh
Anyways,
yeah, season 8 was crazy. The one after All Stars. And Canadian has the best Big Brother. I mean Canada. Big Brother Canada is the best. But I haven't seen the later seasons, so don't tell me anything about them. Well,
no
I hope you
spoiler.
enjoy your egg white cottage cheese sandwich, and I hope you find something fun to do with it or put on it.
I mean, so far so good. Like it has. I really haven't been like sad about it, but there's just it's not a Whopper. There's something about
What about you know what they have those impossible Whoppers.
no. It's like the bread. You know what I mean? Like a fucking like ciabatta bread is like there's some that bread is. I just the carbs are
The
so great.
Whopper?
Yeah, just like I mean, there's still carbs and everything. Whatever. I don't want to talk about it. It's like silly and whatever. It's been good. I'm
Oh yeah, we
happy.
don't talk about
It's
silly
great.
stuff on here. Don't bring that in.
It's all good. It's fine. It's great. Anyways, but thank you all so much. All right. Until the next time, pip pip cheerio and whatnot. Also, rare. Wait, that's not pterodactyl.
Pterod Oh, I forgot to get the pterodactyl delay. The 14-second
That's
pterodactyl.
probably what he
I'm
did. That he probably just instinctually, orally communicated a pterodactyl sound, right? And it got lost
Take
in the
care,
time,
Stormy.
right? It took a lot. It got lost in the time space continuum.
Right,
14
it's
seconds
probably up
delay.
back in the Mesozoic era.
Okay, bye for Stormy, and everybody else, RW, and anyone else in the chat, especially most definitely IG.
IG, who I still don't know what his beef grief is.
No, we're best friends.
But maybe you can put it
Best
on a
friends.
sandwich.
Okay, all right, I gotta go. All right, bye.
Okay, ciao. See you in church. Um, and I'm just remembering too, when I was a vegan, Burger King was the only fast food place that had the veggie burger. And you know what it was? Don't think it was a meat substitute patty. It was 99 cents and it was a bun with a slice of tomato and lettuce and mayo and pickle and everything but the meat. And it wasn't on the menu. You had to just tell them. All the vegans knew to just go and tell them, "Hey, a veggie burger," and Burger King would know how to make it. It's a Whopper without the meat, and it was delicious. So if you think Whoppers need beef to taste good, you're entirely incorrect. All right, I guess that's enough for tonight. I'll probably be back out later this evening for another panel. So look for me then. Um, I actually don't know what the topic is tomorrow. So if you have a suggestion, drop it, and perhaps I'll do one on that. Possibly compassion fatigue. And we started the new year. In fact, Jack Talcott and I were going to kind of try to push this idea of men being kinder to other men. And then a whole bunch of panel drama happened, and that flew out the attic window. So perhaps we'll bring it. You know what it was? It wasn't kindness, it was grace. Giving a little more grace to each other. So maybe we can work on that as well. But we'll start with compassion fatigue so that when we're given this grace, we won't wear out. Anyway, that's it for me today. I will see you this evening or tomorrow, and have a good day. Enjoy whatever you eat. I'm going to enjoy my Whopper. I will see you then. Take care. Thanks for watching.